Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil.
Look, sis, everything the light touches is our kingdom. A king's time as ruler rises and falls like the sun. One day, sis, the sun will set on my time here and will rise with you as the new king.
And this will all be mine.
Everything.
Everything the light touches.
And Wabbit God said, let there be wabbits.
Now, wait a minute, I started this
Wabbit.
shit. Is this the motherfucking thing I waited for?
Is there a wabbit check there? Why the fuck is there wabbit? Right.
Dame la ciencia.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting wabbits.
Ears to the streets.
Hey, ears.
Gotta keep it lit for the
Wabbit.
You know the lingo though. Welcome to the show though. Bro goes in on the
Wabbit.
Keeping it real is a habit. We don't say rabbit, it's
Why don't say wabbit? It's
passing out L's. Ears give them hell. You know my dog.
Why the fuck is there a
Hold
wabbit
on.
check there?
Wait a minute. Chat on Big Five. Liddy, I be in the cut in the comments, chilling, looking at the pretty women in here, rocking with us. Bitch ass niggas in their goddamn feelings. Why you gotta come in here acting all feminine? Trying to make an enemy to enemy, but y'all really acting sweeter than sugar with cinnamon.
Hold up, let Crucian can't cook.
It's rabbit season, not for Easter. Good on feasting, hit 'em with a little bit of extra season. Then you about to be some good old eating. Now I seen a million reasons why some of y'all niggas be the better the jokes. Man, I'm so fire, I don't run from the smoke. We about to turn up, so pull up and roll up. Hold up, hit the like button, kick back and enjoy the show. Ears to the streets.
Hey, ears.
Gotta keep it lit for the You know the lingo though. Welcome to the show though. Bro goes in on the keeping it real is a habit. We don't say rabbit, it's
Why don't say wabbit? It's
passing out L's. Ears give them hell. You know my dog.
Is there a wabbit check there? Why the fuck is there a wabbit?
Look, sis, Everything the light touches is our kingdom. A king's time as ruler rises and falls like the sun. One day, sis, the sun will set on my time here and will rise with you as the new king.
And this will all be mine.
Everything.
Everything the light touches.
And Wabbit God said, let there be wabbits.
Hey man, say man, if you enjoyed the content, make sure you hit that like button, tell a friend, share the content, hit the notification bell so you can get all my videos.
Say it out loud. Better say it with your chest. Fuck nigga. Keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, you need to praise the Lord or Allah or Yahweh, whoever you believe in. Get connected. Come on. Hey, look. Ha. God blessing all the trap niggas, they worshiping the devil. I don't really fuck with rap niggas, but keep a Mac nigga and a Bible in the back nigga. Yeah, you praise God, but if you have to hit smack niggas, give it up to God. That's the answer to my problems. A list of things I need, I'm praying God to solve them. I need racks, nigga. I need stacks.
Let's get them prayers up, prayers up, prayers up.
Give me that, nigga. I asked you for money. Why you make me go broke? I told you my dreams. Why you make me lose hope?
It's Sunday, y'all. Let's get your prayers up, man. Make sure you stay prayed up.
When you really at your low, when you give it to God, learn the lesson for the test. God reveal the worst so that you can be your best. So anytime you feeling down, anytime you go to rest, say it out loud. Better say it with your chest. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, keep God in your life. Fuck nigga, you need to praise the Lord or Allah or Yahweh, whoever you believe in. Get connected. Come on.
Y'all get connected. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. What's good? Justin N. Love Lace. G Mama Body. I apologize. I know I made y'all nervous. Y'all thought I wasn't gonna never come on. We did a live early this morning in the middle of the night. When I got done, I ate me some breakfast. And y'all know when you hit 40, man, you be needing that in the middle of the day nap. So on them days off, man, I end up taking a nap. I was good into my sleep. I was going to go back live around about 11:30, 12 o'clock, but I was good into my sleep. Y'all know how that be, man. You be good into your sleep, and you be like, hold on, man, let me hit the snooze button. So, yeah, I hit the snooze button. I probably fell asleep about 2:30, and then even when I got up, you know, I wanted to look at the live from earlier that we did, you know, just to see how it turned out. I was just watching it. We had Bishop come up here. We had Hip Hop News come up. Cool Eagle, my homie Johnny Lee. Shout out to my homie Johnny Lee. If y'all haven't already, I have got in contact with Third Eye TV. If you haven't already, make sure you sub up to Third Eye TV. He got some funny videos coming up. So y'all make sure y'all be available for the funny videos that's coming up from Third Eye TV. He said that Kwame them struck his channel after Dildo D flagged him. So, you know, we got to try to help the brothers out in this sector that help us out. So y'all make sure y'all go sub up to Third Eye Edits. He haven't dropped any videos yet, but they're coming. So we just got to make sure we waiting for them when they do come. So y'all sub up to Third Eye, share the content. But today, man, we're going to get into, you know, well, not all today, but for right now, we're going to do a live about politics. I know y'all love some politics, don't you? Yeah, man, we got some people that love the politics. We got some people that hate the politics. But Earz to the Street is a place that y'all can come to give your political view. And we try not to judge it. You know what I mean? I am an independent, if anybody want to know. I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I am just a hard-working man that's for the people. I believe in we the people. I believe in, you know, when we vote in our, what they would call them, our civil servants. Is that what we call them? Our political... I believe when we vote in these political so-called leaders, they should be working for the people. You know, we're the taxpayers. We're the ones that work our ass off, especially the tradesmen, the nurses, the doctors, all the people who make this country what it is, all those people. Y'all make sure y'all get those likes up. So, so that's why we're just going to tap in just to see what's going on. Some things I will criticize, some things I can give a salute to. There's a couple of things that I salute President Elon Musk for doing, and there's a couple of things that I think that, are a little egregious, and I feel like our system is getting caught up in a web of things that we're not going to be able to handle in a couple of years. And I kind of see where this stuff is going, but I could be wrong. And I'm hoping that I'm wrong. So before we get into it, man, I want y'all to get y'all a little time to hit the like button. You ready to hear this? Hey, man, I dropped the link. I pinned the link in case anybody want to dispute anything that I look up and you want to say, hey, Earz, you're wrong about this. Here's some better evidence. Here's some better evidence. That's why I dropped the link, man. Y'all ain't got to sit here and argue with me in the chat. Y'all come up and prove Earz wrong. I love to be proved wrong. So y'all don't be scared to come up here. Yeah, we're going to go over President Elon Musk. That's the president. Trump might be the vice president, but Elon Musk is the president. Even Elon Musk's son, knows that. But before we get into it, man, let's rock out to a little Crucial K. Give y'all a little time to mix and mingle. Get yourself together, roll your blunt, get your coffee, get you a beer, or just get you some water. And, just get yourself ready. Get your melamine jumping. Y'all know Crucial K is good for that, getting our melamine jumping. So let's take a little time out to have a little fun, mix and mingle, and we're about to come up with the political conversation. Let's see what's going on in our world. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, share the content if you want to, and feel free to hit the panel only about political conversation. Please do not come on the panel to argue with your op. If one of your ops come up here to debate, please don't use this as an opportunity to come up here and cuss them out. Please don't use this as an opportunity to come up here and call anybody stupid, dumb, or whatever. If somebody comes up here and we don't agree with what they're saying, we still let them talk, still let them get across their point, and, we'll try to debunk it with the facts, which is backed by the evidence. And if we don't have that, we're more than open to listen to other people educate us on some stuff. So y'all hit the like button and let's go.
I'm about to go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it. You know I'm about to get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it. Uncle Luke said, I gotta get it, don't stop. I'm gonna get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. Don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. I'm gonna get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. It's so many ways out this bitch to get money. If you ain't talking money, that's the end of discussion. I ain't worried about them hoes, the way I kick it. I got goals around my neck and I stay polo down to the floor. Y'all niggas really some hoes wearing fake designer clothes, fake ice around they neck, talking about my jewelry game on froze. Man, that shit they ain't even cold. Man, they really be thinking they cool. Man, you look stupid and look dumb. I'm talking dumb diddy dum dum. I'm on fire, who cooking something? I'ma eat the beat, call me Cookie Monster. Eat all y'all niggas asses up, and then the leftovers get ate for lunch. Y'all niggas worrying about the wrong thing. These bars here from the chain gang. Got 2 guns on me, Jesse James. If I pop them off and let it say the rain. Niggas say they looking for some better days. How the hell you looking for some better days when you still riding in the same lane with them same niggas that ain't getting paid? You ain't got no sense, you don't deserve change. You don't even got no money for some change. You need to go make some money for a change. Then you need to sit and think about a change. Why you sit and think about a change? I'ma go be smart and get some damn brain. They hop back on the track, damn train. Man had my stripes like a candy cane. I can hit the block with a whole thing. I'm a hustler, I can sell sky rain. Nigga, I can sell 5 flames. I can sell a roll to a tie, man. I'm about to go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it. You know I'm about to get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it. Uncle Luke said, I gotta get it, don't stop. I'm gonna get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. Don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. I'm gonna get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. Hey, where you going? I'm running to the money. money. I want the ones and the fives and the tens and the 20s and the 50s and the hundreds. Forrest Gump to the money. The main ones laughing, joking, thinking shit funny. I'm laughing straight to the bank. Ha ha, that shit funny. For the love of the money, shawty shaking ass on me. Ooh-wee. She just wanna get paid, okay. Chips right here, Frito-Lay. Shawty doing her damn thing. She got to keep her bills paid. Shake her booty like an earthquake. Shake it like it's your birthday. Pussy poppin', she's a pussy popper. Look at how she make it jump, jump, jump like a grasshopper. For them dollars, I got a lot of damn ones in my pocket. I'm about to make it rain. Only shawty till she so about to go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it. You know I'm about to get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, go get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it, yeah, get it. Uncle Luke said, I gotta get it, don't stop. I'm going to get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. Don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop. I'm going to get it, don't stop. I gotta get it, don't stop.
Swear be the truth and what they say.
Bitch, where you at? Bring that mouth here. I'm in the streets with a check, bitch, I'm out here. I got dope, I got crack, what you tryna do? My partner got the pills pharmaceutical. I dropped the sunroof, I'm just tryna let the car air. I'm smoking all gas, you just smoking all air. Yo, bitch on me bad, feel like I'm a ball player. All this trap money, feel like I'm a ball player. I spread them niggas like the phone, cause they out there. You don't fuck with Freddy, fuck them all well. You square, plus you salty, you a cracker nigga. Hope I with no safety, better back up nigga. Draco, you in your backup nigga. My shit was cold blooded like a reptile, yes sir. Dropping off the top roll like a wrestler, yes sir. All up in your hood said I'm the GOAT. Ride around with the dope, I'm a chauffeur. All these sticks in here, what I'ma lock the doors for. She go for anything, yo little bitch go for. Who got that work, scale it up, what it go for? Scare me up, I'm a whole 1,008 grams. Moonwalking with the dope, make it Space Jam. You know time, make money, I can't waste a damn. Don't play around by that money, lay him face down. You already know what the fuck. Don't nobody motherfucking move. I ain't playing around about that. Chill up. I need the ends, motherfucking thing. I come out no socks too.
Swear be the truth and what they say. A lot of people say it too.
Last song, y'all. Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
I can't tell you how to do it, but I can show you.
Cold from Brunswick, Georgia, man. Some cold shit.
The dope is the coldest. I know that you notice. Detached from the scratch and count up with a passion. Cashing and dashing, stacking and stashing. Pretty much do what I want without asking. Disable my feelings, I'm searching for healing. Pray to the ceiling, just send me a sign. Cover me, save me from wasting my time. They waiting on me, got them waiting in line. I know what I'm doing, just sit back and watch. They hate me so much, really love me a lot. No working it out, it ain't nothing to speak on. Negative thoughts and bad energy, be gone. Flash on the bitch, step on the peon. Prime time, coaching these niggas like Dion. New day, do it again like a rerun. My vision prophetic, all stays get beheaded. I did what I had to do, I don't regret it. They want the recipe, they can get next to me. Done with the past, I want what's ahead of me. Grinding excessively, stepping my legacy. Deliver these verses, I'm living my purpose. Master my talents, I feel like it's worth it. The dope is the coldest, I know that you notice. Master my talents, I feel like it's worth it. The dope is the coldest, I know that you notice.
And a lot of people ask me and say, is that the same dude from, I'm really a chef? Yes, it is. Real quick, y'all know who that was. Y'all been knowing who the dude that produced that video was one of his rap partners. I think they make a really cold duo. But I know y'all remember this. It's the same dude, man. Y'all know I gotta show love to my brother homeboy. It's a reason why I show certain nigga shit. Those my people.
I'm really a chef. I could cook it up right here in front of you. What you need? Let go. Yo. I'm really a chef, cook it right out of left. Run up a check till I run out of breath. Point them out, make them live what they rap. Big cap niggas ain't living like that. Do the most, get too close, you a ghost. Dope is a dope, you get more than a dose. Give all that I got till it ain't nothing left. I don't need no help, I could do it myself. I'm really a chef, cook it right out of left. Run up a check till I run out of breath. Point them out, make them live what they rap. Big cap niggas ain't living like that. Do the most, get too close, you a ghost. Dope is a dope, you get more than a dose. Give all that I got till it ain't nothing left. I don't need no help, I could do it myself.
Niggas big cat like a Mexican Fiesta. Dope on the scale, you won't get no extra this way. Make your hoe do what the money say. Tell your old man he don't want it, babe. I just bought a new stick the other day. Cook dope on the stove or microwave. Neighbors don't like the J, they keep coming. I'ma keep serving the thumb and defy the rent. Shit smell like fungus. No Q and I just the city. Keep fuck up my business, I'm just being honest. Keep dealers and killers among me. Wrap your ass up like a mummy. Stack that little white hood and dip on her. I feel like OJ little homie. Told the plug the car, I'm alone. Send it to the Pope man. Freddie P flyer than most, higher than most. Try me, didn't I see a ghost? 93 OG, it came from West Coast. Tied to your hoe, I just came from a throat. MOBB OG gang, oh let's go.
Yeah, go take a seat, get out the kitchen, I'm cooking, keep whipping it. Long as promoters keep booking, I'm running it. You get it all till I'm done with it. Give me that repo, your block, you won't get it. Hell with the scale, got it booming like speakers. I know what I'm doing. Don't need no features, quartets and funerals, commas and numerals. Really a chef, cook it up right or left. Working my move, I need more than enough. These niggas bluff, they really not tough. Head first, running up a check till my heart start 3 point. Working on my shot, trying to get hot. Swear to God, promise not to fold, never flip flop. Good smoke, good dope, busting out the zip lock. Don't think about it, you try, you might die. These niggas capping, they living a lie.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. If you miss the entirety of this live will be on Earz to the Streetz TV, the news channel. We have Earz to the Streetz live. That's where I come here and do my lives. We have Earz to the Streetz TV, which all of you are probably sub to, but it's my old channel. Pretty much the channel that we used to do the gaming and stuff on, but we used to do a lot of shit talking on there too. And then we have Wabbit God, which is my original first channel. So remember, I had my first channel, I lost that channel, I recreated the channel. We talked a lot of shit on there, but we did a lot of news and stuff on there also. We started off doing news, then we got into the smoke with Kwame, and then once the smoke got really smoky, I switched over and made this channel, and I left that channel for news and stuff. So we want to make a habit of putting clips of news and things of that nature on that channel. Anything that ain't got to do with beef, and all the clips of the news and stuff will be over there, and all the clips of the beef and shit, all the Wabbit God type shit, all of that'll be on Wabbit God channel. And we come over here with either news or the shits, but we live over here. We just live over here. So that's the concept that I'm setting up, y'all. With these 3 channels, we might get a new. We got another channel in the work, but we'll worry about that when it gets where it need to be. How was Third Eye flagged? Third Eye sent me an email. He said that, remember when Dildo D had doxed him? He said he got flagged by, I believe, Kwame for, the Kwame Brown videos he did. They attacked this channel. Because if you're not monetized, once you get one flag, you might as well start a new channel. Yeah, if you coming up and you're not monetized, if they flag you one time, you might as well just kill your channel and start a new one, because it's gonna take you just as amount of time to recreate and get that channel monetized anyway. So it slows down your channel out the gate. It makes your channel harder to, you know, grow if you get flagged before you can even get monetized. So that's what they did to Third Eye. They didn't like that. They ain't like the sniffing D. Remember when we had the sniffing D? Oh, they ain't like that. He didn't like the when he put Kwame voice, my voice behind Kwame, you know, ranting about all that shit. Then all the stuff that it is a lot of videos he didn't like. He didn't like Besties, but I still got Besties. I still got some of the videos. He didn't like the Sex Offender Shuffle, even though we remade the Sex Offender Shuffle. Hell, Lima, did you see my new version of the Sex Offender Shuffle? I don't know if you've been in here. So he just made us make a new version of the Sex Offender Shuffle. But anyway, y'all, let's get into what this is about. We're just tapping in and checking in on our government, man. We ain't doing nothing major. I ain't come to slander President Elon. I just want to make sure everybody is familiar with our president and what's going on and, you know, in the new country that we're going into. So if we got a new country coming, y'all, if we got a new system coming up, I think we should fully understand the system and who's behind the system. Do y'all think that's fair? We got New Zealand in the area, man. Hey, man, I wish you could come up on the panel one day, man, and just tell me how it is in New Zealand. You know, tell me what laws you know about, you know, and all that stuff like that. You ain't got to cam up. That would be great to get your presence one day. One to cash. Salute to you. All the way from New Zealand. Any international people in the chat, this is one of those days I would like you to come up. Tell me how it is in another country. What laws you know about, and how do other countries look at what we got going on. So the first thing I want to touch into is who is Elon Musk, right? Because that's obviously our president. Whoever is controlling our money, you might as well say they the president. I don't give a fuck who over there doing all the other shit. This man is in control of the United States Treasury. He's in control of the money. He's a unelected official that's about to have a press conference in the White House to tell us what he's going to do with our branches of government and our system that we have been relying on for 200 years. So let's, you know, first things first, right? Because what everybody voted for was you want, first of all, our president or whoever's running our country to be American and understand the American principles, understand the American dream, understand Americans, right? Is that the first thing we want out of our elected officials, especially as high as the president? Because there was a big old deal. There was a really big deal about Obama not being born in America, right? Wasn't there a really big deal about, you know, where Barack Obama was born at? They were saying he's born in Kenya. He's born in Kenya. We want our president to be American, right? I'm just asking. Did we not say that? So Elon has the nuclear weapons code. I don't think he's far from it. I mean, he has rockets. He can, you know, he's working outside of our outside of our atmosphere, literally. I wouldn't doubt that he might have nuke codes. You know, why would I believe he has the influence of when to hit those nukes. Now, let's find out, is Elon an American? And if he's not an American, why do we give him so much power over our currency, over our treasury? But we'll get to that part because we got to hear him say it first. I don't want to just be telling you what it is I got to say about the man before hearing the man say what he has to say first. And then we, take a review. I give my opinion about it. Anybody want to come up and give their opinion about what he's saying. But we got to find out who he is. So, what is Elon's native country? And this we're just going to act like none of us know. I don't know what you know. Y'all don't know what I know. So let's just act like none of us know shit. And let's just, if we the outside looking in, and let's see the guy that's in control of every dollar of our economy, where does he come from? What kind of principles do he have? Is he American? Let's see. Elon Musk was born in Pretoria, South Africa, 1971. He is South African-born American entrepreneur. Excuse me, y'all. Explanation. Elon's father, Earz, is South African. His mother, May Nehademan, I think I'm pronouncing that right, is Canadian. So let's get this right. His father is South African. He's just not black. If you seen this on paper, you would think he was mixed, right? So his father is South African. His mother is Canadian. Is there any American in there? Any American? She was born in Saskatchewan, Canada, and raised in South Africa. So she was born in Canada, and she was raised in South Africa. So we got two Africans that had another African baby. Wouldn't that be considered, an immigrant? Musk left South Africa in 1988 to avoid, listen to this, y'all. Musk left South Africa in 1988 to avoid supporting apartheid. He also saw economic opportunities in the United States. Now, let me see what this word means. I believe he was trying to avoid going to the military. I think that's what that means. Apartheid. My bad, I might have said that wrong. Yeah, let's pull this up real quick. Okay. Apartheid, yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Apartheid, 1948 to 1994, in South Africa was a racial segregation under the all-white government of South Africa. Listen to what I'm reading, y'all. In South Africa was a racial segregation under all-white government of South Africa, which dictated that non-white South Africans, a majority of the population, were required to live in separate areas from whites and use separate public facilities in contact between two groups. Apartheid. A policy or system of segregation and discrimination on the ground of race. Okay. So I'm not telling anybody how to think about that word or whatever. I just want everybody to just know what the word means when it say he left South Africa in 1988 to avoid supporting apartheid. So he did not want to be a part of that system. That's a good thing, right? In my opinion, apartheid. Apartheid. Okay, apartheid. Sorry. Thank you, TB. So he didn't want to be a part of that. That might be a good thing or a bad thing, however you think of it. He attended Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, Canada, then transferred to the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. So I guess he was more like a, exchange student. He became a U.S. citizen in 2002. Became a U.S. citizen pretty much about 22 years ago. Musk is the CEO and product architect of Tesla Motors and the CTO of SpaceX. He also co-founded PayPal and acquired Twitter, now X, in 2022, just in time for the election. And used the platform to, he told a lot of lies. Let's just kind of be honest. He told some truths, but he told a lot of lies too. Just got to be honest. He helped spread a lot of, propaganda. Let's just be honest. All right. So Elon Musk right now, pretty much, everybody know he's over Tesla. He's trying to bring these robots. He's the man that's creating robots around here now, telling people that they can do the type of work that a person can do. He's creating the robots that can, service you around the house. I'm pretty sure he's going to make some robots that you can have sex with. I mean, the Chinese is doing this. To be fair now, everything that Elon is doing, they're doing in other countries like China, maybe India, all the superpowers. Well, mostly just China. And maybe Japan. Japan also. Japan, Taiwan, China, all those Asian countries, they're kind of doing what Elon is doing. So it's not like he's the only one in the world making robots, sex robots, and electric cars and trying to go, out of space. And, we have a what they call it? It's like a mothership, I guess, that hovers in the inner space. It's not like quite in the galaxy, but we have a space station out in the atmosphere. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. So what Elon has been doing, he's been taking private contracts from the government to pretty much fly back and forth to the space station out of there and deliver, deliver important supplies. All that Mars talking shit, I don't believe it. But, the space station back and forth, trying, making sure that they good. That's why we've been seeing the shit flying back and forth, At least that's just my opinion from what my research. Y'all might know different. And, of course, we have the conspiracy of what we think they really got going on. But as far as from the research of what he's supposed to be doing, because NASA is the government and they handle all the heavy lifting. Well, they used to until, we can speculate on what the future is going to bring. But before NASA was the official government, do all the space shit. International Space Station. Yep. So I'm glad we all on the same page and we understanding what Elon been up to, without being in the government. But he's been getting government funding. But he's only been getting so much government funding. He'll get certain amounts of government funding, but guess what? There was a lot of regulation. There was a lot of investigations on a lot of his work practices, the way, his work regulations. He's been, of course, sued a lot. But if you're super rich, of course, you're going to get sued a lot. But there was a lot of regulations that we wasn't allowing Elon Musk to get away with. Previous administrations, not just Biden, but he's only been around for 20 years, so you only could go 20 years back when he's been able to, squeeze his way into our government. I don't think Obama was fucking with him too much or nothing. Obama wasn't fucking with him too tough. And Elon wasn't fucking with Trump at first. But I think Elon realized, I need to get the fuck out my feelings. This nigga here, all you got to do is make the nigga feel good and put some money in his pocket. I think, in my opinion, Elon, and I hope he has good intentions, to be honest. But to be honest, I probably would have voted Elon over Trump if he would have just ran. You know what I mean? But I would like for him to be going through the proper shit of oversight so we'll actually know what the fuck going on. But I believe that's what we're about to lose track of because of the power he's gained. But we'll get into that. I'm getting ahead of myself. So back to where Elon comes from. And I was just giving a little bit of his background or whatever. But how many citizenships can you have? That's not what I'm looking for. What's his IQ? I don't really want to get into that, but between 155 and 160 is what they say it is. And they, you know, highly gifted IQ classification. I seen an interview on Vlad TV with Elon's father, and Elon said they once told him, Elon that he was retarded. They told Elon's father that Elon was retarded. You know what I mean? Well, sir, if you don't come up here, you only got one more time to get in here and criticize me before I even get into anything that you can criticize. But if you don't come up on my stage and show me your intelligence on such another level that you can come in here, y'all don't have to delete them just yet. If you don't come up here and show me your level of intelligence and show me your channel where you teach a different level of intelligence, which all I'm going over is my opinion and the evidence that I could pull up. So if you can't come up here and do that, you're just going to get blocked, sir. I appreciate you for coming in. Make sure you hit the like button. Anyway, so he has an IQ level of 155 and 160, above average. And you know, I ain't got no problem with that shit. Okay, how many languages does he speak? He only speaks English, even though he's from South Africa. Okay. You know, people that I think are more intelligent than me are people that I definitely know can speak multiple languages. Does he have a degree? Let's see. Yes, Elon Musk has 2 bachelor's degrees from the University of Pennsylvania, a Bachelor of Arts in Physics, and Bachelor of Science in Economics. That's a good thing to know. That is a good thing to know. What nationality does he consider himself? In addition to his American citizenship, Musk also retains South African citizenship. Is also Canadian citizen through his mother, May Musk, who was born and raised in Canada, but lived most of her adult life in South Africa. So, is that okay? The man, you know, he's pretty much from 3 different countries. He got citizenship in 3 different countries. Okay, so let's see. Let me go back. We just got a little basic understanding of the brother. Now, hold on 1 second. There was some more questions that I had on him. So, okay, so like I say, let's get into, since we know where he's from, he was born in Africa. He went to he got a citizenship in Canada. He went to some American colleges. He invested in as a co-founder of PayPal, which was very successful. We know he was never really into politics like that, but lately he has been digging deep into politics. So, for some reason, the first time in history, we seen him in an atmosphere of the Oval Office, giving a speech. Now, we've never seen somebody besides the president, or maybe the vice president, but I don't even think I've ever seen a vice president be in the Oval Office and speaking. You know. So the man has not been he's not been in a position of, you know, government or anything in America that I know of, or in any other country. He's just always been a businessman, which is not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing for businessmen to be in office, but a government position, in my opinion, is supposed to be for the people. So it definitely, shakes things up when you have people that only think about how much money the top can make. But anyway, let's get into the reaction of his position in office and what it is that he plans on doing while he's in office. One more thing that we should go over before we react to what he said in the office. And that's going to be how much money was he already getting from American government as far as from the contracts that he was already getting. I think that's fair to ask, right? Because it lets us know when he gets a certain amount of power what might be important to him than the people. You got to ask these questions. So let's go over here to what kind of U.S. contracts Elon Musk already had, not with just Trump, but already had when it comes to already in our tax-paying pockets. What kind of money was we already giving him? But I know he was under already some regulations and he was under some regulations and a couple of violations already. So here we are. We're looking at Elon Musk U.S. Department of Defense contracts. Now this is this is 5 days ago, but we're just gonna check and see. It's 5 days ago. So. Anyway, Elon Musk companies have a very of contracts with the U.S. Department of Defense, highlighting the growing relationship between tech entrepreneurs, ventures, and U.S. military. The contracts include SpaceX provides launch services to the DoD. I'm believing that's the international, whatever the DoD, that's probably the International Space Station. Including a launch of classified satellites. Classified, that mean, nigga, that's all you gonna hear is classified. You don't know what these satellites are for. You have no clue as to what it is these satellites are for. And I believe there's a lot of executive orders that went towards this satellite AI program that him and Trump and the classifieds have planned. And they're going to put a lot of money into it. So, I mean, and what I would imagine is, China has a AI satellite system on their people where they can scan and do face recognition. I mean, you got everybody's data from, X or any other program where, metadata, all that stuff, Facebook, all this stuff where you get these people all your information, right? So now that they got all your information, they know who you are, they know who your family is, they know everything about you because we volunteered all that, and because we love to have fun and we love to play with each other and all that shit. So we done gave up all our shit. And I'm saying we because I did the shit too. I fell for the shit too, but when they put these satellites in there, I'm pretty sure they're going to do face recognition. That's what this money is behind. That's just my assumption. I have an opinion just like everybody else. You get what I'm saying? And I think we all have the right to have an opinion. I'm not saying that what I'm saying is 100% fact. I'm just giving my opinion out loud. Y'all can think whatever you think. All right. So, including the launch of classified satellites and other payloads, which I said, it looked like, it's supposed to be there taking supplies and stuff back and forth to space. But for some reason, our space program ain't good enough to get that person that's out of space. Just a little shortcut. I just want to intervene somewhere. Do y'all know that we got somebody stuck in space right now? I'm going to take a little detour real quick. The person that's stuck in space. Did y'all know that we have an astronaut that's been stuck in space for years? Doesn't get talked about much. Let's take a look at this real quick. As of recent news, NASA astronaut Sonny Williams is considered stuck in space, along with fellow astronaut Butch Wilmore, due to technical issues with their return spacecraft, causing a significant delay in their return to Earth from International Space Station. This is the place that we keep flying back and forth to with, with SpaceX that's, going and taking them supplies and stuff. They're probably taking it to these astronauts that are stuck. They have been on station for several months longer than planned. Issue with Boeing Starliner spacecraft that were meant to return on. They are currently residing in International Space Station, are expected to return on a SpaceX capsule. So Elon is supposed to go save them, y'all. I don't know what's going on with NASA, but I think Elon is planning on replacing NASA with SpaceX. I think there was somebody else. Somebody else was stuck in space for, how long was this ago? 311 consecutive days. Damn. So we're going to blame that on Biden. That happened like 7 months ago. So that was during the election and all that. So I guess we got to blame that on Biden. They still stuck there, though. They still stuck there to this day. Hold on. Here's concerns about their health. Here's a little video about it on today's news. Man, why this thing take so long?
Put an end to concerns over the health of two. This morning, NASA trying to put an end to concerns over the health of two astronauts stranded in space now more than 150 days longer than planned.
Yeah, I think there's some rumors around outside there that are losing weight and stuff.
Recent images of Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore prompting questions about possible weight loss and the status of their health. But Williams saying this week she weighs the same as she did at launch, explaining how zero gravity can impact their appearance in space.
I think things shift around quite a bit. You've probably heard of a fluid shift where folks in space, their heads look a little bit bigger because the fluid evens out along the body.
NASA's chief medical officer.
Girl, cut it out. I ain't even have to see you before you went in space to see that you ain't looking right. Cap.
Says crew health is regularly monitored by dedicated flight surgeons on Earth, and they have an individual diet and fitness regime to ensure they remain healthy.
I'm going to get on our treadmill here.
That includes running, biking, and lifting. Wilmore, a former football star for Tennessee Tech, telling his alma mater,
"We work out 2.5 hours a day every single day, so it's great to stay in shape."
Former astronaut Mike Massimino says exercise in space is important to make up.
But fuck all that shit. I think they're just trying to make us feel like they okay. Them folks ain't okay. Get them folks back. But shout out to Elon Musk, though, if he's putting together something that can help them get back. I can respect that. I can definitely respect that. But anyway, let's get back to just learning a little bit more about Elon Musk. So he's going to tell us, like I said, we need to look at how much we're putting into his space programs or whatever. And I'm not saying this like it's a bad thing. I just think we should just at least know. We should just at least know. Hell, it could be a good thing. I don't know. Like I say, I actually probably trust Elon a little more than Trump, to be honest. Anyway, so including the launch of classified satellites and other payloads, SpaceX CEO Gwyneth Shotwell, who is not as popular as Elon. Gwen Shotwell, do anybody know who this person is like that? Look up NASA spacecraft. Could you give me a reason to? I mean, I'm not trying to change the whole validity of the show. I was just, saying that there's a growing spacecraft company, I guess you could call it or whatever, which is Elon. But I believe it will shift to the government's, a lot of funds will get shifted to his shit over NASA in the future. Not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just reporting what's going on. Or just, evaluating what's going on, expounding on what's going on. He said the company has about $22 billion, with a B, y'all, in government contracts. This is what Gwen Shotwell said. The CEO. Elon is the co-CEO or the CTO. I think that's what it said. He's the CTO of SpaceX. This is the CEO of SpaceX right here. Okay, on why Elon has SpaceX? Okay, so NASA spacecraft and why Elon has SpaceX. Okay, I'll put it up. I'm putting in exactly what you told me to put in. Are you telling me to put in spaceship rockets? Because it shows a lot of stuff. But I'm going to continue with what I'm saying, and then when I get to the end of this, I'll get back to what you're saying. So he has put money in about $22 billion from the government contract. That's what they gave him. The vast majority of that, $15 billion, is diverted from NASA. So they're taking away money from NASA to put more into Elon's SpaceX. Well, you don't even know what I'm going into, Lion Locks. All I'm doing is explaining the point. How much government money, if you wait for a second, you'll see that I'm saying right here. He says the company has about $22 million in government contract. The vast majority of that, about $15 million, is diverted from NASA. That's very important. SpaceX's biggest Pentagon contract includes $733 million national security space launch contract awarded in October that lifts satellites into orbit. So their main contract is a $733 million national security space launch contract awarded in October. October, y'all, to lift satellites into orbit. So he got his pass to lift satellite in orbit. I know it ties into it. That's why I say I'm gonna look it up, but I need it to. When I pull it up, it's pulling up a whole bunch of sites. Now I gotta scan through what is credible and what's not, and you know what I'm saying, a lot more. But my only point right now is to show what SpaceX is getting from the government, which he's the CTO of. And he was getting that before he even linked with Trump. That's what I'm trying to get across. I'm not trying to say nothing bad about it, not trying to say anything good about it. I'm just giving the information. I'm going over the information. I need everybody to understand that. Just giving the information from what we can look at, and then if anybody else say is wrong or something, and there's something else that need to be added, I'm all well to that. But I welcome you to the panel to help out, because I don't want to have to keep looking in the chat to read this and that, because I don't know what area you might be on. I might be ahead of you. So SpaceX has been getting big contracts, national security contracts from the Pentagon. You can't get no higher. They are in the budget. $733 million. I don't even think that'll be enough, really. But everything that Elon is doing with the rockets and all that is already been paid for by the government to put satellites in orbit. Now, I don't know what's going to happen when the motherfuckers start falling out of orbit, but I hope they stay in orbit. The company has been tapped for more Pentagon launch contracts, potentially worth hundreds of millions of dollars more. Let me read that again. The country has been tapped for more Pentagon launch contracts, potentially worth hundreds of more. They want to get more money out of the Pentagon. Starlink. This is very important right here, y'all. Anybody know what Starlink is? Is anybody familiar with what Starlink is? Starlink, the satellite-based internet service, which falls under SpaceX umbrella. So, you know, we getting internet from SpaceX. Has been used by the Pentagon. Has been used by the Pentagon, y'all, to provide connectivity in remote and uncertain environments. Starlink's commercial broadband service has some 7,000 satellites in orbit. Imagine that, y'all. The internet we need to get in fucking Antarctica, in the desert, is well, not Antarctica, because that's not our territory. But you know, they say the internet, but I believe it's, you know, the spyware. 7,000 fucking satellites that you can't see. In 2020, and this is before Trump, just to be, you know, fair. Elon already was getting these contracts and doing this thing, you know, these government contracts. Now, they need more. Trust me, if they can police their self, that would be great. But so far, they were being policed by our government. In my opinion, there's about to be less policing because nobody's going to police their self. They're going to do what's best for them and their family. But anyway, in 2023, the Pentagon awarded SpaceX a contract worth about $23 million to use Starlink to support military operations in Ukraine through mid-2024. Wow. Now, how many of us knew that? Starlink has had contracts with Special Operations Command and Air Force, Army, and other parts of the Pentagon. In other words, that's probably what they use to, you know, control those drones. And like I say, I don't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with this stuff. It's just that we need to know what it is that people are, you know, what our money is being used for, and where, when you're hearing somebody say they're in control of all the money, what do you think they're going to invest more money into? The projects that they got going on? Or is it that the people going to be really eating? And we got to know the people who are in control of this shit. I ain't saying nothing wrong with Elon. That's up to y'all. But I'm just showing you what these people are more concerned with. I appreciate that, King George. I'm just going off of what we read, bro. If I'm looking at a dumb source, tell me. If I'm saying something that ain't true, you say that's false, just let me know. And I'll go try to find different resources of it. I read between the lines. Okay, Starshield. This is another program that's under the Elon Musk umbrella of SpaceX. Though not broken out in the government contracting, this satellite unit of SpaceX is similar to its commercial Starlink business, but designed for government national security programs. His shit already been designed for government shit. While details of the space programs are scarce, it is believed to have more secure communication pathways for classified information. So this is kind of a Bitcoin thing. So people can exchange information, secrets, classified shit that me and you could never find out about. The news, CNN, Fox News, none of that shit. Only certain people will be able to pass information through these communication pathways that's going to be in these government-funded satellites that are being flown out into space by our king, Elon Musk, our future king, Elon Musk. That's what I'm going to start calling him, future king Elon Musk. And y'all better be nice to Little X, because Little X going to be the next king. Shout out to Little Prince X. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be okay with a monarchy or whatever, but shit, you never know till you try it, right? At least it'll be in our face, right? I'm just saying, like, y'all acting like this shit so far-fetched. Tell me another nigga who out here fucking with putting satellites in the sky that can probably beam your ass off the planet as soon as they want to. Probably can start, man, it's unlimited technology that these folks gonna be fucking experimenting with that you will have no clue if it's coming from a satellite. If the government is in control of all the satellites that's controlling the internet, nigga, there's nothing that's a secret again. You can never have a conversation that's not recorded by the government. You can never walk outside your door without a drone that can take a picture of your face, scan your face, and find any and everywhere you done been or going. Hell, China already got it. Now the nigga got America's pocketbook, America's wallet. What you think? Man, stop. Y'all gotta wake up. I'm not saying a Democrat could have did any better. I'm telling y'all the Democrats was doing it along with these niggas. This is bigger than Nino Brown. I'm telling you shit. Nigga, they was already giving the nigga contracts to put satellites and all this shit, government shit in the sky. He just getting more and more power. They making everybody focus on Trump. Nigga, Trump know he ain't got but a good 10 years left in him. They setting up the future. Some shit you ain't gonna be able to do shit about. You can have all the guns you want to until a laser hit your ass. From space. I ain't lying. Yeah, you can keep your guns until they motherfucking melt them bitches. Till a fucking drone pull up on your ass and dap. Let me see one of y'all niggas shoot a motherfucking satellite out of the motherfucking atmosphere. You'll be a bad motherfucker when you can fly, when you can build a rocket right under the government eyes, and now you can fly to space to be in a safer space than Earth. Man, stop. The value of the contracts. The total value of Musk companies' contracts with the DOD is estimated to be billions of dollars. But the true figure cannot be determined since many of them are classified. What? Did y'all hear that? The total value of Musk companies' contracts with the DOD, Department of Defense, is estimated to be in the billions, with a B, of dollars. Estimated, y'all. They don't know an exact number. But the true figure cannot be determined since many of them are classified. So now who has the classified documents? Is it a man that's not an elected official? A bureaucrat? Yes, that's who has these contracts. That's who is in control of how much money he needs for his programs. That's some player shit. Now, Elon he pretty much is the king of the United States right now. He got our wallet. He into the system. He has everybody database. He's eliminating the IRS, anybody that can oversee him. Trump can't do a motherfucking thing because he put the money behind him. And he the nigga with the space shit. He the nigga with the wallet now. What do? How do you go backwards? You done locked everybody out of their computer, all the motherfuckers that work for the government, told them, and buying them out their contract, telling everybody to fuck off. You bringing in the people you want to bring in that are smarter than the people that are already there, including Trump. And his people. They way smarter than Trump and his people. That's the thing about this, because we know a lot of these foreigners way smarter than, you know what I'm saying, the average motherfucker over here. So it ain't that I feel like Trump is a horrible person and he trying to do something. I'm saying he getting finessed like a motherfucker. I'm not even mad at Elon Musk finessing the American system. I'm not mad at that. I'm just hoping he got a good intention. Because if he got bad intention, we fucked. If he really is trying to make a utopia for the people of the future and all that shit, he could put us in a great place in the world, or that motherfucker could take us, and I'm not just talking about black people, I'm talking about all people, to a point of slavery we never seen before. I ain't lie. Just with the capability. I'm not saying they would do that, but they'll have the capability at any time. The contracts demonstrate the growing importance of private sector technology. Private sector, not government. They ain't working for your government dollars no more, but they're taking your government dollars. They're private company that are using your government hard-earned tax money to support their private sector shit. That's amazing. In supporting the U.S. operations and national security incentives. So that's pretty much a little bit of rundown. Now that's not everything, but that's pretty much SpaceX and the three branches that it runs under, it, and an estimate of how much money has already been donated and spent towards Elon and his space satellite adventures and his internet and all of that stuff that we just kind of looked at. All the stuff that he's in investing into, our government is all behind it. So it concerns me when Elon, he wants to be dark MAGA. He don't want to be regular MAGA. He said he's dark MAGA. I don't know if that's a joke or what. So let's go to the White House. What does Elon tell us he has for our financial system? Now, everybody's heard about the U.S. aid that's been going over to other countries. People are saying stuff like, well, Elon, I ain't gonna say people. Elon has been saying things on his platform X where he could pretty much spread any bullshit he want to without being fact checked. But he has a fact checker on there. That's crazy. But he says that we were sending condoms over to Gaza. You know what I'm saying? Paying $50 million for condoms over in Gaza. And, of course, you know, you got a lot of outlets that ran with it. I even heard one dumbass nigga that tried to call me crazy because they was making a point of that. But Elon sits right here in the office himself and tell you that, yeah, he didn't have that correct. Some of the things that he's told you that, hey, we found this wasteful government spending, we haven't seen the evidence of it. We haven't seen a breakdown of the spending of where the money went. Now, I guarantee you there is some fucked up spending within that U.S. aid. I'm not saying that there isn't. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be picked apart and find out what a wasteful spending at and where's the useful spending at. Reformed. I'm not saying that shouldn't have been happening. But just to say, hey, we taking all the money from these system, this system, this system, we ain't looking at it. Fuck the people who work there. Fuck these people's lives. I don't care if you got a check coming or whatever. Fuck you. Nah, I think you should at least give people a grace period. But you definitely shouldn't be lying to the American people to be stirring up these bullshit narratives about we just sending $50 million to Gaza for some condoms and then have to backwalk it, but most people didn't catch it. But let's look at this press conference, man. We're going to let's do a reaction to it. Say Elon was vetted long time ago as the top security clearance. That's why it's funny that Democrats acting like they don't know when he voted on Elon having it. I don't think that's the issue. They voted for him to have that clearance to have this space program and all that, and it looked like he's backed up by that other guy that's the real CEO of it. And we need to really dig into him because Elon is just the face. Hold on, let me do that real quick. How many people know much about the actual CEO of SpaceX? CEO of SpaceX.
According to Northern Command, SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, the commander, Air Force Space Command.
Here she is right here. Hold up. Let me pull up the real motherfucking goddamn boss. Elon just the face. Yeah, let me pull up the boss. Here get the boss right here. That's the real boss, y'all. Have y'all ever heard of her? Tell the truth. How many people in the chat have heard of her? Gwen Shotwell. Now, she's an American. Born November 23rd, 1963, 61 years old. Evanston, Illinois. She went to Northwest University, got a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science. Okay. President, Chief Operating Officer of SpaceX. How many of y'all knew about her? So anyway, let's read a little bit. Gwen Shotwell. Previously Gorovich. Damn, hold up. American-born businesswoman and engineer. She is the president, chief operating officer of SpaceX, American Space Transportation Company, where she is responsible for day-to-day operation and company growth. As of 2023, Shotwell is listed as the 28th most powerful women in the world. How do we not know about the 28th most powerful woman in the world, y'all? How do we not know about this woman? Oh, 'cause she ain't black? You better know about all these motherfuckers. She was ranked 54th on Fortune's list of most powerful women in 2023. In 2020, Time magazine named her as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. 100 most, y'all, in the world? In the whole wide world? Hold on, man. We got to do a detour. How many people in the world? I had to go pull this up, y'all. One of what? The top 100 people in the world? And nobody ain't never heard of her. Have anybody ever heard of her? It's 8.25 billion people in the world, y'all. 8.25 billion people. And she's the top 100. You gotta give that woman some respect, nigga. Put some respect on her motherfucking name. But why the fuck we don't know her? We know Elon. We don't know her. Am I tripping, y'all? Am I tripping? Shit. So she was born in. I'm impressed, y'all. To be honest, I'm just doing a little research with y'all, stuff that I look across and what makes me start digging at other stuff or whatever. But I'm just showing y'all some stuff that we all just look at every now and then. But anyway, Shotwell was born in Evanston, Illinois, as the middle of 3 daughters to a brain surgeon. Oh, okay, and an artist. That's a good combination. I don't think that's a bad combination. To be a child of a brain surgeon and an artist, that's a balance right there. You know what I mean? And was raised in Libertyville, Illinois. That's a small little town. In 1982, she graduated from Libertyville High School. In 1969, when she was just 6 years old, she watched a television broadcast of Apollo 11 mission with her family, but remembers finding it boring and was not interested in space at the time. Shotwell excelled in both academics, athletics, and school, where she was on the cheerleading varsity basketball teams while achieving the top of her class. Her interests changed during high school after her mother took her to a panel discussion at the Illinois Institute of Technology by the Society of Women Engineers, where the mechanical engineer in particular inspired Shotwell to become an engineer. That's what's up. Following this, she decided to apply to Northwest University, where she received a Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering and later a Master of Science in Applied Mathematics. That's what's up. Okay, what's up with her career? At the beginning of her career, Shotwell had an interview with IBM on the day of Space Shuttle Challenger disaster. That's when the space shuttle blew up, I guess, and people died, which disturbed her, and she did not get a job offer. Instead, Shotwell took a job for the automotive industry, a Chrysler Corporation's management training program, which she initially enjoyed but later grew tired of. Left, returned to the Northwest for her graduate degree. So she was the management training program director or something at Chrysler. And she wasn't, she didn't want to sit there her whole, life or whatever. So I feel a little satisfaction that a person with that type of power has at least started, I ain't gonna say from the bottom, but saying you made best of your life. You could have, saying you found more interesting things. Shotwell began work at El Segundo Research Center in an aerospace corporation that did technical work on military space research and development contracts. Oh, okay. An early project she worked on was the STS-39. It's the 25th mission of NASA Space Shuttle Discovery and the 40th orbital shuttle mission overall. Oh. The primary purpose of this mission was to conduct a very payload experiments for the U.S. Department of Defense. So, okay, this is where she got into learning about how NASA kind of orbit the planet and probably had a space station, or they probably was starting to set up where they can deliver materials and stuff like that. And she's a mechanical engineer. She would know what problems need to be fixed on these mechanical engines, per se, in a masterful way. That's why she was a master in mechanical engineering. Salute, Eclipse. During a 10-year tenure, she worked as a terminal analyst. Now, that's very important because if your shit just ain't at a perfect terminal, temperature or whatever, that's probably what made that one mission, the Space Shuttle Challenger that blew up. It probably came from a terminal problem. Terminal analyst is a branch of materials science where the properties of materials are studied as they change with temperature. Several methods are commonly used. These are distinguished from one another by property, which is measured. Dielectric thermal analysis. Okay. So that just gave us a little what thermal analysis is. So she worked as a thermal analysis special for 10 years. Shotwell worked with both space system engineering and project management positions. She left the Aerospace Corporation in 1998 to become director of the Space System Division and Micronisms, Inc., a small rocket company in El Segundo. There, she served a executive committee and was responsible for business development. Entails tasks and proceeds to develop implied growth and opportunities within between the organization. It's the sub-base of fields, business, commerce, and organizational theory, business development, creation of long-term value for organization. Okay. So she's had some very important positions. I think she's definitely very qualified and got to be very smart. Shotwell left Microcosm in 2002, joined SpaceX. So she left like a big ass company and looked like she joined a small company. A private commercial space exploration company funded by Elon Musk in the same year. So this is what it is. When you got money, you're smart enough to hire some of the smartest people. And it seemed like Elon stole her right from under the government. Okay. So we're learning more about her, So, okay, he got the money, but she's the brains. She's the brains. She was introduced to Musk through a former Microcosm colleague, Hans Königsmann, is a German aerospace engineer who was vice president of flight reliability for SpaceX until his retirement in 2021. Okay, so he got a guy from Germany that was the vice president of SpaceX, and he must have noticed how brilliant she was. So Elon been shopping around the world, putting together some of the smartest minds, to do this whole space thing. And when you got the check, hey. In that meeting, she convinced Musk that SpaceX should hire a dedicated employee to work on business development full-time, but had not planned to join the company herself. Shotwell took a job 2 weeks later. In September 2022, in December 2028, Shotwell was promoted to the company president following her role in the successful negotiation of the first commercial resupply services. 2008, y'all. She was promoted to the president of the first commercial resupply services, which was rockets to start taking supplies back and forth to the International Space Station. So commercial resupply services are a series of flights awarded by NASA for delivery of cargo and supplies to the International Space Station on commercially operated spacecraft. Now, they've been taking a lot of money. I mean, I don't think they're taking money out of NASA, but I think they're leaving a lot of the brains to NASA and all the, trying to go on long distance trips. That shit for NASA. That shit takes all the brain power you got. So all the just going back and forth to the space station and shit, delivering supplies, yeah, you can allow a independent commercial rocket to do that. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, shit. My bad, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm reading, but y'all couldn't see. I don't know how long y'all haven't been able to see the screen, but hopefully not that long. So where was I? Okay, Shotwell left. In that meeting, she convinced Musk that SpaceX should hire dedicated blah blah blah. I already read that. Okay, in December 2008, Shotwell was promoted to the company president for her role. I already read that. Oh, contract with NASA Associate Administrator Bill. This is another German name. William H. Gerstanimer is an aerospace engineer and policymaker who is the vice president of Build and Flight Reliable at SpaceX. He previously served as NASA Associate Administrator for Human Exploration and Operations between 2005. So he's probably one of them motherfuckers that, you know, trying to build rockets and trying to already explore other places that humans can live. Human explorations and operations. So all this talking about going to the moon or going to Mars and shit, this might be the kind of mind that you want around. Look like, you know, Musk has looked around for, you know, the brightest minds around the world. This followed SpaceX's first successful launch of the Falcon 1. Falcon 1 was a two-stage small lift launch vehicle that was operated from 2006 to 2009 by SpaceX, an American aerospace manufacturer. On September 28, 2008, Falcon 1 became the first privately developed fully liquid fuel launch vehicle to successfully reach orbit. 2008. That was between the Bush and the Obama administration. That would have been Obama's first year, but that would have probably had to be in the works through the end of the Bush administration. Just to be fair and to be honest. Don't nothing just get done overnight. So 2008, that was between Bush and Obama, who first decided to start investing in, you know, a privatizing of, you know, the SpaceX and putting all this money into these people's pockets to the point that they can damn near buy out the government now and make their own rules. In my opinion. So anyway, she was responsible for leading the effort on building the Falcon vehicle manufactured to over 50 launches. Cool. Generating $5 billion in revenue. Damn. Hey, ain't too many females bringing you $5 million in revenue, boy. This is a valuable woman. She is responsible for leading the effort on building the Falcon vehicle manifest to over that one fucking rocket went to space 50 damn times. And the government paid for every last one of them. And they made $5 billion. Shit. Shit. I take it. This included a commercial connection to the International Space Station for resupplying services. So they got all those government contractors where they were able to deliver cargo and supplies to the astronauts. Shotwell is the president and the COO of SpaceX. She pretty much just as valuable as Elon. She right next to Elon. He got the money. This is who running that shit. Responsible for day-to-day operation, managing all customer and strategic relationships to support company growth. She oversaw the first landing of the orbital rocket's first stage on land and on the ocean platform. The first relaunch of landing of a used orbital rocket, the first controlled flyback and recovery of a payload fairing, and the first reflight of a commercial cargo spacecraft. SpaceX has a multi-billion-dollar contract with NASA to deliver astronauts and science instruments to the International Space Station. On May the 30th, 2020, SpaceX became the first private company to launch 2 astronauts to Earth orbit. So, just to be clear, y'all, the American government has been working with SpaceX for over 20-something years through all these administrations, starting with the Bush administration. Let's just make sure everybody is clear to that. Since the Bush administration, Elon's been kind of, fishing around. He was given a little power throughout the Obama administration. Hell, it was harmless, I believe, to have commercial resupply services that would take a load off of NASA, having to keep building rockets for this and that, and, if somebody has to qualify people. But I'm pretty sure there was a lot of regulations between the government and all that shit like that also. A lot of times where they feel like they wasn't getting enough money. And I believe Trump was talking about having a space force where he felt like they should be out there fighting fucking galactic wars and shit, or patrolling our galactic space. Because I'm pretty sure there's a certain amount of space that China and Russia and all these other countries that have the same type of technology, I'm pretty sure they out there, space tripping. I'm just saying. I mean, we do it on land, we do it in space, we do it in the air, we do it on sea. So, it's kind of another space race. Where else man, this woman has an impressive resume. Shotwell has received particular praise from NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, who is an American politician, attorney, and former astronaut who served from 2001 to 2019 as U.S. Senator from Florida to 2021 to 2025 as Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, a member of the Democratic Party. So, the guy that's over the NASA administration, he recommended her, and he is a member of the Democratic Party. For her phenomenal leadership of SpaceX as it developed the Falcon 9 into the workhorse of space launch sector. Nelson reportedly been concerned in 2022 after Elon Musk purchased Twitter that it would be a distraction at SpaceX, but became more comfortable after meeting with Shotwell, left him feeling reassured that she was in charge of day-to-day operation. In February 2019, Polaris Industries, let's see what that is, American automotive manufacturer headquartered in Medina, Minnesota. Polaris was founded in Rasua, Minnesota, where it still has engineering manufacturing facilities. A company manufactured motorcycles through its Victory Motorcycle. Okay, so this is a place, announced that Shotwell would join their brand of directors. So she joined a brand, she joined a board of directors for a motorcycle company in Michigan, I believe it is. It said, yeah. Minnesota, I'm sorry. Shotwell has served in the California Space Authority, and that's the CSA, was a nonprofit corporation representing the commercial, civil, national defense, homeland security interests of, oh shit, I didn't mean to go there. I just meant to hover over it. Interests of California diverse space enterprise community in 4 domains: industry, industry, government, academia, and workforce. Okay. She was on the board of directors and exclusive committees after she was elected in 2004, I'm sorry. She has served as an officer of the AIAA. Damn, this woman has a long ass resume, y'all. But I think it's important to go over her resume. The American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics is a professional society for field and aerospace engineering. AIAA is a U.S. representative on the International Astronautical Federation and International Council of Astronautical Sciences. Boy, they made that shit tongue twisting. Space System Technical Committee and participants in a various STEM-related science, technology, engineering, and mathematics related programs. She led the committee and raised over $350,000 in scholarships for the Frank J. Red student competition over 6 years. Shotwell has been criticized for her response to several alleged cases of sexism, sexual harassment, and assault. Oh, shit. She has been criticized for her response to several alleged cases of sexism, sexual harassment, and assault at SpaceX. Oh, man. That means she don't say shit about it. She don't give a fuck what bitch getting her ass touched. What's been said about y'all hoes. Y'all ain't fucking with her career. Following 2022, god damn, how much shit about this motherfucker? Following 2022 invasion of Ukraine, Shotwell led negotiations in the government agency to request for Starlink satellite services in the country. So the government went to Starlink satellite for this whole Ukraine war. Wow. Shit getting a little deep now. February 2022, 2 days after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, requested that American aerospace company SpaceX activate their Starlink satellite internet service in the country to replace internet communication network degraded or destroyed during war. Oh, okay, so they went and put these satellites in space around these niggas, so now they ain't got to use their internet when they on the battlefield. That's what, boy. Okay, y'all. Where were the first detonated by which were the first donated by SpaceX? So they donated these Starlink satellite shits. These arrangements were later formalized by the Department of Defense. So they kind of adopted it into them. They were like, yeah, we need to be a part of that. But they was already doing that for Ukraine. So the Department of Defense took over the contract to buy Starlink for Ukraine. So this Starlink shit that they created, they sold it to the government and they gave it to Ukraine. They helped them with the war. Earlier, Shotwell had announced that her company took measures to prevent the use of Starlink to control combat zones. The unmanned combat aerial vehicle, also known as combat drone, fighter drone, or battlefield UAV, is an unmanned aerial service vehicle that is used for intelligence service, target acquisitions, reconnaissance, and carries aircraft ordnance such as missiles. Man, pretty much a motherfucking drone to fuck you up. So she's saying that they didn't want to use these shits for drones, but they can. They got satellites that can bring drones around that can fuck you up. They're sending all these drones in the sky right now. Yeah, we just signed the executive order to put more of them motherfuckers out there. She stated Ukrainians have used the services in ways not part of the agreement, as she had accepted to donate Starlink satellite services for communications. She didn't want no motherfucker using it as drones and shit like that. They were supposed to just use it for communications. But when you sell it to the Department of Defense, you can't tell America not to use that shit as a weapon. Defense and humanitarian purposes such as ambulances, hospitals, and mothers had not intended it to be a weapon for drone strikes. Now, hopefully she's saying that and she for real, or she just saying that because it's the political thing to say. You know, but no telling. Public outreach. Stonewall gave the 10 TEDx talk to TEDx and Chapman U in June 2013, the importance of science, technology, and engineering, and speaks regularly at business audiences. Gave a talk of captains of industry series at Brent. Okay, so I think we got a good idea of this woman and what she means to Elon Musk, and I really wasn't expecting to. This is something I kind of went over with y'all. I didn't have this planned for the show, but I think it wouldn't have did us a service to just only act like Elon Musk is SpaceX. But to the Elon Musk Oval Office, we go. So we got a good idea because, of course, I've been going over Trump plenty of time. I guess maybe I need to go into a Trump down to his, early days or where he come from and all that, where his parents come from. But I think we've heard a lot of that. So since Elon is in the Oval Office, can y'all think of anybody else that's spoken in the Oval Office like they were the president? But let's see what Elon had to say.
It's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop. But with the support of the president, we can cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1 trillion. And then with deregulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good.
Now, the problem that I have with this is, of course, the elephant in the room, which is not an elephant because it's just a little kid. And there's a lot to dissect out of this little motherfucking penny. Because it almost feels like a distraction. I mean, the kid has a gold chain on. I know Elon has like 12, 13 kids, so if you bring in everybody, you might as well, if you bring in the little kid, why not bring in the other kids? You telling me this is not one of those times where you're like, all right, the kid got to stay at home, or the babysitter can hold the kid back here until we're done with this meeting?
We need to free the builders of America to build.
But let's focus back on Elon. The kid is definitely a distraction because you notice him immediately.
It's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop.
And that's not true because he's gotten away with a lot of shit. And I don't think he gives a fuck about scrutiny, though. Why would you give a fuck about scrutiny when you in power?
But with the support of the president, we can cut the budget deficit in half from $2 trillion to $1 trillion. And then with deregulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good.
A lot of regulation that doesn't serve the public good is what he's saying. We can cut a lot of it. Now, one regulation that I've noticed that has been proposed, through Congress, and we can take a little detour and I can show it to you. I don't like to just talk about shit. And people are like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, I'm just showing you the shit personally from the government website. Elimination of OSHA. I mean, we got a lot of tradesmen in here. Do y'all agree to eliminate OSHA? Now, let me tell you what OSHA does for us. OSHA makes sure that, I mean, if you got something to replace it, I'm cool with it. And it's just as effective. I'm cool with it. Now, of course, here's the latest, most viewed bills that's been put on the floor as of from the Republicans having the House and the Senate. So these are the things that they're trying to push through Congress and get signed off by the president. He don't even have to do executive order of this. We're still waiting on that no tax on overtime and tips, but we got a lot of other things that's in the word. Termination to the Department of Education, Fair Tax Act. They got a couple of things there. But right here, no OSHA Act. Let's check that out and see what that's about. So this was proposed by Republican Andy Biggs, of Arizona. It was introduced into the House January the 3rd. I'll let the AI read it to y'all.
There is one summary for H.R. 86. Bill summaries are authored by CRS. Shown here, introduced in House, January 3, 2025. Nullify Occupational Safety and Health Administration Act or the NOSHA Act. This bill abolishes the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, and its functions. OSHA, which is part of the Department of Labor, sets and enforces workplace safety and health standards, and provides related training, outreach, education, and assistance.
Now, I need a tradesman. I need somebody who benefits from OSHA, which I think that requires minimum wage. I think that requires people to wear hairnets, gloves, fucking wash their hands after they take a shit and come back in and start cooking your fucking food. People to wear grip-related shoes when they go to work so they don't fall and bust their head open and sue. People to wear when I'm on a job site right now, if there's certain rules that OSHA protects me as a worker. Like if somebody has got some dangerous fumes or something leaking or asbestos or something that I can refuse to move because of OSHA violations, stuff that they can't do that's unsafe that will put everybody in danger, that usually you can call OSHA and OSHA will come through and violate the shit out of these corporations that don't give a fuck about you, but they're being in check by the government. That's one thing I do appreciate about the government. It's fucking OSHA. Do anybody support this? I'm just checking. I'm not going to be mad at you. It might not affect you where you work or your business. Will this affect anybody that works? Do anybody depend on OSHA protecting you at work? I'm just checking. Or do everybody work from home now? Okay, salute to your dialogue with me, TV. So this is not a bash or anything. This is just, just showing y'all what's really in progress. And, when they speak of these things, the budget cuts of certain things or whatever, you just got to know that this type shit is really in action and how it can affect the everyday person. These so-called budget cuts, because of the more money that want to be spent on war, going to space, back and forth with the satellites, to operate for more war and territorial disputes, and taking away all your freedom of, fuck your gun. Your gun ain't gonna do you no fucking good. But to be spied on another level.
We need to free the builders of America to build. And if we do that, that means I think we can get the economic growth to be maybe 3, 4%, maybe 5%. And
I mean, does that include the extra wars that we sponsor, you know, with the Israel and all of that stuff like that, you know, and YouTube, I'm not anti any of that stuff that might get me in trouble. I'm just saying. OSHA, let's keep OSHA.
And that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion, between now and next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And
okay, y'all. 2026, there should be no inflation. Because nobody is stopping what they are doing right now. Now, there's attempts, there's lawsuits out the ass. There's judges making different decisions because we do have a checks and balance system. If we don't have a checks and balance system, that makes this a monarchy or a dictatorship. So right now it looks like an oligarchy because, you know, it's just the billionaires are making the decision for a country where the billionaires have always been making decisions for the country just in the back scenes. Now you're telling us you're putting a bureaucrat right in front of us, a non-elected official that has all the access to all of our financial database, all our personal database, our Social Security, all the programs that we've grown used to. Not saying that if they get changed, they couldn't be a better thing, but it depends on what is important to the people who are putting these systems in place. Who do they think are the important people of America? People who go just one brainwash way and allow people to tell them lies over and over and over. I mean, we're going to have that problem on the right or the left. But don't tell me the left is lying when you could lie to me too. That just don't work for me. Now, the elephant in the room now is about to kind of say something that's very important, in my opinion. One of the most important things of this whole meeting.
if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's the mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt.
Okay, so all of these things are supposed to decline 2026. I'm just gonna keep record of that. The student loans was about to get eliminated until y'all decided y'all want to get rid of the Department of Education. So all these millions of people that could have saved, were on this loan forgiveness program are now stuck in millions of trillions of dollars of debt that could have been pumped back into society. I get it. But y'all just want to privatize it. Gotcha.
The monthly payments drop. That's a fantastic scenario for the average American. I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and they're.
What this little motherfucker say? That nigga wanna pick his nose. He felt like this nigga was looking at his daddy too close. Hold up, what'd he say?
That's a fantastic scenario for the average American. I mean, imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and they're.
I think he was talking to somebody else, though. Because he was right here, and he was kind of looking over here. So it might be somebody out of the camera view. Oh, shit. My fault, y'all. We on the wrong shit. Why ain't nobody tell me I ain't got y'all on the video? I'm still on the Congress page. I'm thinking y'all watching the video with me. Sorry about that, y'all.
It's not like I think I can get away with something. I'll be scrutinized nonstop. The budget deficit in half, regulation, because there's a lot of sort of regulations that don't ultimately serve the public good. We need to free the builders of America to build. And if we do that, that means I think we can get the economic growth to be maybe 3-4%, maybe 5%. And that means if you can get $1 trillion of economic growth and you cut the budget deficit by $1 trillion.
Hey, that's definitely some 4-year-old shit right there. Dig in your nose and down there, eat your boogers on camera.
Between now and next year, there is no inflation. There's no inflation in 26. And if the government is not borrowing as much, it means that interest costs decline. So everyone's the mortgage, their car payment, their credit card bills, anything, their student debt, the monthly payments drop. That's a fantastic scenario.
That is a fantastic scenario. 2026. 2026, y'all. Yeah, kids gonna always be kids, man. Kids gonna always be kids, man. That boy digging in his nose and just having him a good old time. And I think somebody over here is saying something, somebody out the frame. And then now he, he's already making boss moves.
For the average American. I mean.
See, because he's looking at somebody right now. He ain't talking to Trump right here. I seen a lot of news people that's trying to act like he's telling Trump to shush. But, it's funny. The narrative is funny about it, but he ain't talking to Trump. Right now, he mean mugging somebody else. But it's the elephant in the room. It's the distraction. I had to look at this shit a couple of times because I had to see what the little nigga was doing, and I had to actually hear what it is that Elon was saying too. But if you only watched it one time, you'll definitely be distracted, and you won't go and look at the bills that's on the floor, that's in the hands of the Republican House, the Republican Senate, and these are bills to abolish stuff like the Department of Education, to abolish things like OSHA, a whole bunch of things, and a lot of stuff. Money is going to go to the Department of Defense, which is going to be for more flights out of this world and, feeding, the International Space Station, Space Force, and all this space shit. And, but hopefully we find a way to grow as an economy. And, we don't have any more fucking plane wrecks and all type of shit. And, with the absence of OSHA, it won't, put a lot of people in danger of. I hope there's some kind of substitute. That's what I'm just hoping. Because OSHA is definitely useful.
Imagine they're going down the grocery aisle and the prices from one year to the next are the same, and their mortgage, all their debt payments dropped. How great is that for the average American?
We had no idea. We had no idea we were going to find this much, and it's open. It's not like complicated. It's
not
simple
that complicated.
Stuff. It's
just a lot of work.
Yeah. We can't believe it. A lot of work, a A lot of smart people involved, very, very smart people. But you're talking about anywhere, maybe $500 billion. It's crazy, the kind of number.
$500 billion. It's $500 billion of wasteful spending.
It's really crazy. About. You know, normally when you're looking at something, you'll find you're looking for 1 out of 100. Here, you're almost reversing it. You look for one that's good.
Yeah.
And you can look at the title and you say, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And the public gets it. You've seen the polls. The public is...
No, we don't get it because we would like to see the same stuff that you see. Is it okay if they like... Let's see if we can... Let me Google it. Let me double check. Can we see a list of things... shit. My bad. A list of government cuts by Elon Musk. Let's see if we can get like a clear list. Okay, making some department already together. Okay, we know they did the U.S. aid. Department of Education next, so far claimed about $1 billion a day in savings based off budget cuts. Many of the most talked about budget cuts for jobs contracts. So the DEI is pretty much one of them. The Department of Education is supposed to save roughly $30 million. Hold on, let me let y'all see this. So let's look at a couple of breakdowns of a couple of things that's supposed to save a couple of million here, a couple of million there. I mean, whether you agree with it or not, shit, ain't shit we could do about it. At least we'll know, and it's just in our face. I mean, I don't have any kids in school. I would have liked to still pay off my student loans in that government forgiveness program, but it is what it is. Whoever get the money, fuck it. I ain't in a whole bunch of shit. It is what it is. So let's look at what's been targeted so far. Make sure everybody can see what I see. Let me look at the chat real quick. What's good, Unity? I appreciate that, Unity. I appreciate that, man. We just in here just going over shit. I don't care if it's true or false. It's just the information, man. Learning about our new president, Elon. You say Elon feels he's superior to Trump and his cronies. Lil Damien let that cat out of the bag. Right, for real, for real. But so let's look at the Doji real quick. Oh, I put that back up, Unity. I appreciate that, man. Matter of fact, let me hit your drop for you real quick.
Super shattered $50. Dude, look like. Unity 2025 super shattered $50. Hope you ready.
Turn me up! Turn me up with another $50 bomb. Unity 2025 dropping another $50 bomb.
I just want the public to say fuck you, Unity, and fuck you, Earz to the street. We want to say that again. I can replay this and all that shit. Fuck you, Earz. Fuck you, Unity to the street. And fuck anybody that supports and donates them. I just want the public to say fuck you, Unity, and fuck you, Earz to the street.
You're definitely right. Hell, I've been meaning to make a drop for everybody. Somebody sent me that drop when Damn D was talking shit or whatever. So it wasn't like that I went and made it. Somebody sent it, so it was just easy to upload it. But I've been trying to find something that can fit for specific people, particularly Carl Belton. It's shit. That was creative that somebody did that or whatever. So it's not targeted or anything. But shout out to Carl. Shout out to the tradesman. And shout out to anybody who supports the channel. So back to the Doge list. So there's 14 states that's suing Doge. Of course, some people are not gonna like the shit that's gonna go on. Elon Musk giving warning over Doge, cut to education, devastating impact. Who has helping Doge? List of staff revealed. So it's a lot of people who lost jobs that are in government jobs or they're afraid. Like I have a friend that's in the CDC in Atlanta. She's been concerned about her job or whatever before Robert Kennedy Jr. just got put into office or whatever, and the new cuts to the budget and all that stuff like that because of the reputation. So these are people real jobs, you know what I mean? And where did these people go when you fire them or send them away and all that stuff like that? I mean, I wouldn't want to be one of those people who have to realign my whole career. We got Miss Marty Ma in the area. Oh, yeah. I definitely got to make one for Miss Marty Ma. Definitely. And like I say, it's kind of a personality thing, and I gotta just make some special stuff for everybody. That's why I tried to do the change up the super chat drops or whatever, but some of them haven't been working for me like I thought. So, but I'll put a little time. Well, it's kind of hard to do it when I'm on the road. I have to do it from my computer. So what's the what was we? Doge has recommended U.S. aid be dismantled and its services moved under the State Department. So meanwhile, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration could also see significant budget and staffing reduction, which could threaten civil weather forecasting. So pretty much the news weather people, they getting their fucking wings clipped. The Department of Education will likely face a dramatic downsizing or even outright elimination. Doge has so far claimed to average about $1 billion a day in savings based on budget cuts, and many of the most talked about cuts were made to jobs and contracts centered around DEI incentives in several federal agencies. Okay, so a lot of people lost their job. Hey, it is what it is. They feel like, the DEI was important, or people got more money for being DEI, or they didn't deserve the jobs that they were getting. Cool. That just means a lot of people lost their jobs. That's not the way it's supposed to be, but that's just pretty much telling me what happened. So, a lot of new jobs will be centered around, the administration, I assume. So this includes recommending canceling 12 contracts in the Government Service Administration and the Department of Education. So roughly around $30 million. That's what, he feels like will help the deficit be cut in half by cutting out, some departments or the Department of Education. I'm hoping that there's some parts that will be reconstructed, but for right now, it's just being eliminated. Doge also recommends ending 12 underutilized leases, saving about $3 million. Hey, that's not a bad idea if it's underutilized. On Monday, the Musk-led department said it wanted to axe 36 contracts, which would save $165 million across 6 agencies. 36 contracts now. Now, depending on what those contracts are, that could be a good or a bad thing. I don't particularly know what contracts are what. I'm not an expert in that. We're just going over what's out there. Last month, Doge announced it wants to cancel 85 DEI contracts at more than 10 federal agencies, amounting to about $1 billion after cutting these DEI contracts. A $45 million scholarship program for students in Burma will also be axed. $45 million scholarship program for students in Burma. I don't know where Burma is. Should I look that up? Should I even look that up? But should we look at all the DEI positions and contracts that been terminated, and we can get a rough idea if it's, if it was a good idea, bad idea, what kind of jobs have been chopped, what kind of positions that they consider that as. Likely a part of Doge's attempt to reduce government spending, Trump mandated that all federal workers must return to the office and implemented a federal worker hiring freeze this month. So they had a hiring freeze, so, trying to put these folks back to work, that ain't no bad thing.
Why AAA?
Oh, let's get rid of that. Okay, so this could save money in terms of salaries, but also could reduce capacity for the agencies to do their jobs, leading to delays, tax refunds, or even problems with Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid benefit process, experts say. Now, everybody is so happy about that fucking IRS. The IRS audit. Damn, I'm tripping. Everybody talking about the IRS getting audited. A lot of y'all motherfuckers, now some people will be happy, but a lot of y'all motherfuckers that depend on that income tax shit, you ain't gonna be so happy. I'm just predicting. Okay, where we at? This could save money, delays for tax refunds or even problems with Social Security, Medicaid, or medical benefits processes. So if you own Medicare, Medicaid, you get a Social Security check. Don't be surprised if your check start being a little late. What people are saying. Kevin Thompson, financial expert and the founder and CEO of 9i Capital Group. Some cuts may become permanent, but realistically, most of what Trump is implementing can be reversed by the next administration. Shitting me? How the fuck are you going to get rid of Elon when he already done went into the system and dismantled everything, and he has the codes for everything? He will always be over the American codes of everything from now on. He will always have America at his mercy from now on, in my opinion. Unless these changes are coded into law. Uh-oh, I might have spoke too early. So he's telling us most of what he's implementing can be reversed by the next administration unless these changes are codified into law, which requires approval from both House and Senate. That ain't no problem. They lack long-term staying power. That said, many Republicans may support Trump's incentives, as history has shown that opposing party lines can come with political consequences. Well, we ain't got to worry about that because, it's in the hands of Republicans. There can be nothing blamed on a Democrat right now. These cuts pose significant risk to long-term governmental and economic stability, while cost-cutting measures can be beneficial, and current approach lacks any transparent methodology and comprehensive impact analysis. In my opinion, the potential destabilization of critical agencies like the USA could compromise national security and international diplomatic relationships. And that's what a lot of people are saying. But, you know, when people say that, they're going to say there's some kind of liberal, some kind of dim. They use these words as attacks instead of just like, hey, if you take away money that other countries are using, that we're using to help other countries in certain ways, that would take a little influence away from what we try to do in other countries, you know, especially if a country like China comes in and, you know, help these people build their roads, feed these people and all that. They will be willing to allow them more to use their resources, and they'll take contracts and stuff like that for those people quicker than they would American. But hey, I'm not a foreign policy maker. I'm not none of that shit. I'm just saying, if it's been in place for 50 years and it was put in place by, you know, who they respect as a very good president like Ronald Reagan, I didn't see no wrong with it. But I do think they should have went through it and gutted out any wasteful spending through it, not just gutted the whole thing all in all. That's my opinion about that. So we looked at a list of things that they plan on cutting. I think I've looked through this enough. They also is looking into the IRS. Of course, I think we already said that. So let's get back to the meeting in the White House, in the Oval Office, I mean. I definitely agree right there, King George. But it's like all these verbs that we have to use for these people like, if they don't fit in every category of it, you know, it just ends up falling on deaf ears, because these people are becoming hybrids of, you know, globalists and nationalists and fucking communists / fucking Marxists. Like you could fucking think of is being thrown out there on everybody. So like, it's their actions that you have to pay attention to. But a lot of people are not paying attention to the actions. They're paying attention to the isms.
You're saying, why are we paying all this money? This for years. This has gone on.
President Trump,
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, go ahead.
Senator Rand Paul today said that Doge cuts will ultimately need a vote in Congress. Do you agree with that? Is that the plan?
I really don't know. I know this. We're finding tremendous fraud and tremendous abuse.
And hell, he's not worrying about if it needs to vote in Congress, because they got the House and they got the Senate. So these cuts to OSHA, these cuts to the Department of Education, these cuts to, you know, this program or that program, Medicare, Social Security, and all that, they already got that shit in the works right here in the Congress.com. Let me take a little, you know, trip over here. And I know y'all like, well, yes, we want to see the reaction to the video. But no, this is part of the show. Not just, you know, saying shit, it's showing shit. Hold up. To, you know, make my point. So here we're back to Congress.com, where, you know, the Americans get to see what bills are on the table getting passed, or, you know, that's at the forefront of our leaders, our congressmen, our lawmakers. So here's the Terminate Department of Education bill. right here that's been proposed. Oh, January the 31st by Kentucky Republican Thomas Massey, a legislative analyst in the Congressional Research Service, will be analyzing this legislation after text becomes available. So, they haven't even, to terminate the Department of Education. That's all they put in the title of this shit. Not just parts of it, not just a little bit of it, not just a piece of it. Get rid of the whole fucking thing. Everything that comes with it. And right there on the table. Every Republican done voted for it. These are all the people that want a part of it. Rewrite history. Whatever state you from, it's probably right here. I see a lot of motherfuckers from Georgia, Tennessee, Arizona, one from Colorado. Oh, man. Overwhelming. Get rid of the Department of Education. What other bills are on the table? Let's see. Oh, here's a bill right here that's interesting, y'all. I wonder how this is going to benefit the people. Red, white, and blue land. Do y'all want to know where red, white, and blue land at, y'all? Have y'all ever heard of red, white, and blue land? February the 10th, last week, y'all, referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs, in addition to the Committee on Natural Resources, for a period to subsequently determined by the Speaker in each case for consideration of such provision as fall within the jurisdiction of the committee concerned. What the fuck? To authorize the president to enter into negotiations to acquire Greenland and to rename Greenland as red, white, and blue land. So y'all, they are authorizing the president to enter into negotiations to acquire Greenland and to rename it to red, white, and blue land. And this is what these motherfuckers do at their time. Buddy Earl Carter. This is who the motherfucker that came up with that motherfucking idea. Earl Buddy Carter. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Damn, I ain't even on the page. Let me show y'all the motherfucker that came up with this shit. Let me show you where he from. Earl L. Buddy Carter. That's his name. Do y'all notice something about the district that he in? Do y'all realize something about the district that he's in? This motherfucker from Brunswick. Y'all see the type of shit that they do around the Brunswick area? Do y'all see this area right here? You got Brunswick right around here, y'all. It might be a little bit above. Nah, that's about Brunswick right there. District 1. Yeah. That area is heavily Republican. You see the type of ideas they got for y'all when you put them motherfuckers in power? They want to fucking name red, white, and blue land. Greenland, red, white, and blue land. Man. These are politicians, y'all. That's what we got in control right now. Eliminate the whole Department of Education. There's a bill right there to do it. It ain't got to be no executive order. And let's see what else we got up here. Red, white, and blue land. We still ain't got that goddamn no tax on tips yet. Waiting on that shit. Okay, to implement equal protection under the 14th Article of Amendment to the Constitution for the right to life of a born or a preborn human person. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if I want to read that. Recognize the importance of access to comprehensive, high-quality, life-affirming medical care for women of all ages. Now, should I even look at this bill right here? Because I'm pretty sure this bill... Hold on, let me get back on the same page. Make sure I got y'all on the same page I'm on. Oh, yeah, y'all on it. Should I even look at this bill right here, HR 7? Recognizing the importance of access to comprehensive, high-quality, life-affirming medical care for women of all ages. Now, who do y'all think wrote that bill? Y'all want to take a guess before I click on it? Restoring Trade Fairness Act. Let's see what the Trade Fairness Act says. With the start of new Congress, summaries for prior Congress may be delayed or abbreviated. To suspend normal trade relations with the People's Republic of China and to increase the rates of duty applicable and with respects to articles imported from the People's Republic of China for other purposes. Oh, shit. That's the tariffs. Suspend normal trade relations with China. But they ain't playing. Did y'all want me to read it? You want me to read it, Halima? Let's see who wrote this bill. Oh, shit. I was wrong, y'all. It was a Republican that wrote the bill. Recognizing the point. Oh, shit. Okay, this resolution expresses support for women nationwide to have access to comprehensive, convenient, compassionate, life-affirming, and high quality of health care. Let me see if there's any add to that. Recognize the importance of... Let's see how many people... Damn, she only got one fucking co-sponsor? The one Republican that care about women's health. You can't make this shit up. Look, Halima. This is a female that proposed it. But look how many co-sponsors she got. She got one co-sponsor in the Republican Party. A Republican wrote it. She's a female. Oh, no, a man. I think it's a man. Hold on. It's a man. I'm sorry. It's a man. Let me let y'all see the man. We found the good Republican, y'all. We found one good Republican. We finally found one, y'all. Somebody that cared about a woman. You know what I'm saying? Having decent health care. Here's the guy right here. Andy Biggs. And he ain't had not one bit of motherfucking support. That's crazy. Arizona, District 5. Representative Andy Biggs. He's been in Congress since 2017. Now let's look at maybe another bill that he's probably... I don't know if that's showing what other bills he might co-sign. Let me see, co-sign legislation. I think all of these are the bills he co-signed for. So, but he definitely did that, man. He put up a bill for, you know, women's rights, and all he had was one fucking supporter. All he had is one co-signer. And that one co-signer is a Republican. Let me show y'all his co-signer, y'all. It's a damn shame he didn't even have a woman co-signer, y'all. This was his co-signer. He said Biggs definitely don't give a fuck about women's rights. Well, he at least put something out there. This is the other motherfucker that co-signed on the shit. He look like he just want to beat some pussy. Louisiana. Clay Higgins. And men, but that's the only co-signer he had for that woman's, that was a bill for women. That's amazing, man. That is amazing. I would have never thought that, y'all. I would have never thought that. Not in a million years. Hot damn. So hold up, let me get back to the main bills that we were looking at. Hold up. Okay. Back to the most viewed bills lately. Now we have, what else we got up here? So we got the termination of the Department of Education, which I don't agree. I believe that there's a couple of places in the Department of Education that could be gutted. But the termination of it, they don't have any just like, hey, we're going to cut out this, that, and that. It's pretty much a complete termination of it. The red, white, and blue land, that's bullshit. Let's see what we got in the SAVE Act. I think this is when did this get proposed? I think this is old. I think we already looked at this. This is the SAVE Act. We've went over that a couple of times. Fair Tax Act 2025. This was introduced at the beginning of the year. We just looked at that from the guy Buddy Earl. Earl L. Buddy. We just looked at that, so we ain't gonna go over that again. Restoring Trade Fairness Act. Let's see, is that something new? No, we already read over that. Not this time, but before. We just read other OSHA. Hey, Unity, did you hear about them trying to get rid of OSHA? I know a couple of Carl Belton. Is Carl Belton in here? I know Unity. Who all are in the construction field or any kind of field where OSHA is kind of the saving factor? Did you hear they want to make divorce illegal in Oklahoma or in America? You say, when was this? Here's the bill right here. Here, I'll look at it again. Now, we had just looked over it, maybe before you got in here. So here's the bill right here. It's proposed by that same Andy Biggs guy. And
there is one summary for H.R. 86. Bill summaries are authored by CRS. Shown here, introduced in House, January 3, 2025. Nullify Occupational Safety and Health Administration Act or the NOSHA Act. This bill abolishes the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, and its functions. OSHA, which is part of the Department of Labor, sets and enforces workplace safety and health standards, and provides related training, outreach, education, and assistance.
Yeah, this is government.com. This is congress.com. This ain't no news station and all this. I go straight on the government page. So, Helima, you say Oklahoma. Dang. They also putting those Trump Bibles in Oklahoma in the schools. And they're where the what is called the pledge, the national anthem has to be put inside the Bible also. Say OSHA nowhere on site. You got to call their ass though. Yeah, most of the time I don't see OSHA either. I've only been on one job site where I've had like OSHA just pop up on the regular every now and then or something like that. But for the most part, shit, OSHA only show up if you call them. Yeah, they only show up if you call them. For the most part, all you do is just see a whole bunch of signs and shit. But that's one of the regulations that they're trying to, get rid of or whatever. It was put in by that same Andy Biggs guy, Republican out of Arizona. The same guy that want some comprehensive, what was it? For women's, recognize the importance of access to comprehensive, high quality, life affirming medical care for women of all ages. So let's see what they put in February. What's been repealed the national voter registration of 1993. Well, damn. I'm just looking at the most viewed. Oh, so here's something that I agree with Trump with. They passed this Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025.
There is one summary for H.R. 28. Bill summaries are authored by CRS. Shown here, introduced in House, January 3, 2025. Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025. This bill generally prohibits school athletic programs from allowing individuals whose biological sex at birth was male to participate in programs that are for women or girls. Specifically, the bill provides that it is a violation of Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 for federally funded education programs or activities to operate, sponsor, or facilitate athletic programs or activities that allow individuals of the male sex to participate in programs or activities that are designated for women or girls. Title IX prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex in federally funded education programs or activities, including in public elementary and secondary schools and in colleges and universities. Under the bill, sex is based on an individual's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. The bill does not prohibit male individuals from training or practicing with programs or activities for women or girls as long as such training or practice does not deprive any female of corresponding opportunities or benefits. The Government Accountability Office must report on the benefits for women or girls in single-sex sports that would be lost as a result of male participation. In particular, the report must document the negative psychological, developmental, participatory, and sociological effects of male participation on girls.
I ain't got no problem with this bill whatsoever. I'm glad that they did something about it. This is a Republican out of Florida. And, hey, like I say, ain't nothing wrong with that. What is this Lincoln Riley Act? I keep seeing this. This done became law. This bill requires the Department of Homeland Security to detain certain non-U.S. nationals who have been arrested for burglary, theft, larceny, or shoplifting. This bill also authorizes the states to sue the federal government for decisions or alleged failures related to immigration enforcement. Damn. Y'all hear that shit? If you are a non-U.S. national who've been arrested for burglary, theft, or larceny or shoplifting, your ass can be kind of, damn near something to Guantanamo Bay. Damn near. And they can sue the federal government for decisions about immigration enforcement. Under this bill, DHS must detain an individual who is one, unlawfully present in the United States or shall not possess any necessary documents when applying for admission, two, has been charged with, arrested for, convicted, or admits to having committed acts that constitute essential elements of burglary, theft, larceny, or shoplifting. The bill also authorized state governments to sue the injunctive release over certain immigration-related decisions or alleged failures by a federal government if the decisions or failure cause the state and its residents harm, including financial harm for more than $100. Specifically, the state government may sue the federal government over a decision to release a non-U.S. national from custody, failure to fulfill requirements related to inspecting individuals seeking admission into the United States, including requirements required by asylum interviews, failure to fulfill a requirement to stop issuing visas to nationals of a country that unreasonably denies or delays applicants of nationals to that country, violation of limitations in immigration parole, such as requirement that parole be granted only by case-by-case basis, failure to detain an individual who has been ordered removed from the United States. So they're gonna be at a point where you can sue the goddamn they can sue the United States government, or United States government can sue them if they release people who've been detained that are not U.S. citizens. So once they ass locked up, if you release that motherfucker, your county or your state can be held liable for releasing these people back into the atmosphere, which I don't necessarily disagree with that. Right, Unity. That's all we have to. That's a big thing in the field, man. You just got to tell everybody safety first, man. OSHA ain't gonna come out unless you call them, and it might take a while for them to come out. But it is good to know that you got that safety net. But I don't know what the difference would be without having that safety net. Will they test the limits on a lot of things, Because I know I've been on some job sites that they don't give no fucks, and you done had to call OSHA on their ass. Motherfuckers will put out a ladder that you shouldn't be on, all of that type stuff. A lot of stuff will start flying that shouldn't be flying. But okay, to protect freedom, fairness, economic opportunity by repealing the income tax and other taxes, abolishing the Internal Revenue Service, and enacting national sales tax to administrated primarily by the states. Okay, so this is an interesting. Here your boy Earl Buddy Carter again, y'all, from Brunswick, Georgia. Y'all got niggas from Georgia making laws they trying to put into They're trying to put into action. They're trying to put some Georgia laws in action, y'all. And look, he ain't got a whole bunch of co-sponsors for this, but he probably got about, I see about 15 co-sponsors. So this act does, and it's just introduced, y'all. This is, some of these bills are just introduced. That don't mean they're going to go into law. They have to be passed by the House, then the Senate. They don't have to be bipartisan because Republicans have the House and the Senate. So if this is what they want, this is what they get. So this bill promotes freedom, fairness, economic opportunities by repealing the income tax and other taxes, abolish the Internal Revenue Service, and enacting the national sales tax to be administered primarily by the states. So they want to just make a national sales tax on the shit that you buy, get rid of the income tax. Which, hey, it might be an all right system. We'll have to see. We'll definitely have to see. Just depending on what that sales tax is. And if you make more money, I guess you're going to have to spend more money. I'm going to look through any of these. Legitimate Court Counteraction Act. Let's see what this is. This bill requires sanctions against foreign persons, individuals, and entities who assist International Criminal Court in investigating, arresting, detaining, prosecuting certain individuals. What? The bill categorized as protected persons, 1, any U.S. individual, U.S. entity, or person in the United States, unless the United States is a state partly to the Rome Statute of JCC and provides formal consent to ICC jurisdiction, and 2, any foreign person that is a citizen or lawful resident of the U.S. ally that is not a state party to the Rome State or has not consented to the ICC jurisdiction. If the ICC attempts to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute a protected person, the president must impose visa and properly block sanctions against the foreign persons to engage in or materially assist in such actions, as well as against foreign persons owned by, controlled by, or acting on behalf of such foreign persons. The president must also apply visa blocking sanctions to immediately family members of those sanctioned. Upon enactment, the bill resides all funds appropriated for the ICC and prohibits the subsequent use of appropriated funds for the ICC. Republican Chip Roy out of Texas. That's interesting, y'all. That's interesting. But anyway, those are some of the bills that are on the table. Now let's go back to a little bit of Elon's speech, and I think I have maybe 1 or 2 more points, and I think that's about all we gonna just go over. Like I said, I wasn't coming on here to bash Trump, Elon, neither one of them. We just going over what's going on in society, whether you like it or not. Hell, it's going for it. So, shit, at least be educated about it, and you'll know what's going on when it, you know.
If I need a vote of Congress to find fraud and abuse, it's fine with me. I think we'll get the vote, although there'll be some people that wouldn't vote. And how could a judge want to hold us back from finding all of this fraud?
Well, the same way, you know, a judge allowed you to not get a sentencing after finding all that fraud on you. In the same way, all of a sudden, a Democrat, Mayor Eric Adams out of New York, all of a sudden, you know, they throwing out his case because he's decided to, you know, play ball with a certain administration.
And finding all of this incompetence, why would that happen? Why would even Congress want to do that? Now, Congress, if we do need a vote, I think we'd get a very easy vote because we have a track record now. We've already found billions of dollars of abuse, incompetence, and corruption. A lot of corruption.
If a judge does block one of your policies, part of your agenda, will you abide by that ruling? Will you comply?
Well, I always abide by the courts, and then I'll have to appeal it. But then what he's done is he's slowed down the momentum, and it gives crooked people more time to cover up the books.
He knows all about that. Those appeals after appeals after appeals, fight that shit in court. I ain't saying they crooked, but don't nobody know more about tying up them courts more than Trump. You'll make a motherfucker go bankrupt trying to fight a rich motherfucker in court.
You know, if a person's crooked and they get caught, other people see that, and all of a sudden it becomes harder later on. So, yeah, the answer is I always abide by the courts, always abide by them, and will appeal. But appeals take a long time, and I would hope that a judge, if you go into a judge and you show him, here's a corrupt situation, we have a check to be sent, but we found it to be corrupt. Do you want us to send this corrupt check to a person, or do you want us not to give it and give it back to the taxpayer? I would hope a judge would say, don't send it, give it back to the taxpayer.
Yeah. Only problem with that is we never see that check back. We're not gonna see that check back. That's the problem. Hopefully we can, but I don't have the confidence that we will see that check back.
If I can add to that, what we're finding is that a bunch of the fraud is not even going to Americans. So I think we can all agree that if there's going to be fraud, it should at least go to Americans. But a bunch of the fraud rings that are operating in the United States and taking advantage of the federal government, especially in the entitlements programs, are actually foreign fraud rings. They're operating in other countries and actually exporting money to other countries. We should stop that.
Yeah, but you do that too. You're not stopping that. You're kind of continuing that.
And this is big numbers. Talk about $100 to $200 billion a year.
Sure.
Serious money.
Mr. Musk, you said on X
Yeah.
that an example of the fraud that you have cited was $50 million of condoms was sent to Gaza. But after fact check this, it apparently Gaza in Mozambique, and the program was to protect them against HIV. So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas actually, it was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well,
now, Trump don't like these type of questions. Nobody likes these questions because this is called fact checking. If you tell a lie, or even if it's not a lie, it's just a mistake. If you get mad at people and you want to get rid of the people who pointed out the lie or the mistake, now we're in trouble. If you start silencing the people who call out things of this nature. Because he's about to admit that the whole $50 million for condoms to Hamas, that's not true. But guess what? To the people who are in fear, and they'll start agreeing and approving and cheering on shit because you gave them a fear tactic that they can run with, you know. And do you think that he accidentally did that, said that, put that on his website X where nobody can say that he's lying? Not even the government. Let's hear his answer.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect. And
say what, nigga? Hold on. Say what? Some of the things he will say will be incorrect. How? Not when y'all niggas are talking about locking people up. Not when y'all are not. Nah, you can't be incorrect when you're talking about people's lives. When you're talking about this much money, when you're putting out that much fear, you can't be, well, some of this stuff ain't gonna be incorrect. I mean, like, so you get mad and you want to lock people up for pointing out stuff that's not true. And you want to just blatantly tell people, hey, some of the shit that I'm gonna say is just gonna be incorrect. Wow. I could just tell you something with no proof. Just tell you whatever the fuck I want to.
It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean,
some of the things he's going to say can be incorrect and they can be corrected. He doesn't mind. That's what they say. But as soon as people start correcting them, now they're, oh, you a dim, you a liberal. Well, what about that Biden shit? Well, what about this and all that? Well, damn, why can't we just call out what a motherfucker say that's not true? We heard a nigga the other day arguing me down. Oh, nigga, they sending $50 billion over there for condoms over there with these people with terrorists and all that. What you think about that? They'll have the normal people around here arguing about some shit that they were just incorrect about, AKA lying. How can you tell us that you went through all of this complicated shit? You're just a genius and you found all these things and you specifically put out that type of information on this huge platform that has the fact-checking mechanism on it. Yeah, you'll get banned from X if you disagree with the motherfuckers. X has a fact-checking mechanism on it. A fact-checking bot, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But if he puts some bullshit on there, there's no fact-checking it. And here he is right here, right in your face, telling you that the shit that they told you is bullshit. Yeah, we taking money from here, there, and every fucking where we want to, and we can just tell y'all any fucking thing we want to, just so you can argue with the people right next to you about where your money going at, and we just got your money. Fuck you. Go argue with somebody while we keep taking money out of the shit that helps you. Fuck you. Fuck your OSHA. Fuck your Social Security. Fuck your goddamn your income tax check that you over there waiting on so you can go get you a new car. Fuck you having a decent Medicare. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck your food regulation. Fuck all the regulation. Motherfucker lie right in your goddamn face and want us to be mad at the other team that's lying in our face. Shit. I'm going to play that back one more time.
That's why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes.
But you never corrected until the woman came and asked this question. Am I correct? Did he already come out and say, well, you know, that $50 million in condoms that I told y'all about that's going to Hamas? I know because I know y'all was outraged about that shit. The whole country should have been outraged about that kind of spending. $50 million going to Hamas or some bullshit like that. Did he ever come out and correct that before this reporter just had to put him on the spot? Oh, we ain't gonna bat 1,000. I mean, yeah, everything we say, everything we put out and run with, it ain't gonna be, true. We just gonna see how pissed off you gonna get about it. And then when we get caught, we gonna walk it back and act like nothing happened. Oh, man. This is some wild ass shit, boy. Hey, it is what it is, though. It is what it is. Tear this motherfucker down. Fuck it. Tear it down. And we just got to hear that one more time. For the people in the back, I know we got some people in here that's going to still say, well, they saved all this money because they dismantled the what's name. They found all this money. And then listen to the man have to tell the truth.
So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to Mozambique, which makes sense why condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. I'm not sure we should be sending $50 million worth of condoms to anywhere, frankly.
I can agree there. Now, it does make it a little different that you would say that we're sending it to our enemies, but if we're selling $50 million worth of condoms or contraceptive or, I'm pretty sure it's more complicated than just condoms. But when you make it like that, people are like, $50 million worth of condoms, hell nah. I'm pretty sure there's something behind it. Could you make sure you're more thorough with what it is that you're taking money away from? And yes, it can be something that can be done without, after you do the research on it. But just immediately saying, hey, snatch it out, don't worry about, what the effects might be. But it might be a good thing to take out. But the fact that you had to lie and try to put it on, something that people would be in agreement with, that's the concerning thing about it. Trying to lie about it. I agree to Gears the Truth. Trying to stop the spread of disease in the global world. That is to help the world, but I don't know if we need to be spending $50 million on it though. Maybe we can put in 10. You know what I'm saying? Some other people need to goddamn worry about the shit spreading too. You know what I'm saying? But 50, it just depends on how long of a period of time that 50 goes. If that 50 million is for 10 years, I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of, stuff in there. But I do think, trying to help stop the spread of global diseases, sexual transmitted diseases. I mean, should we be invested in things like that? Hey, I don't know. I can't say how important that could be. It depends on what country they're talking about. But he tried to make it like it was going to the terrorists, Hamas, which nobody gives a fuck about them using condoms or not. That's the point. He tried to lie and tell you that the money is going to not to help people, but to help people who trying to hurt us. That's where the misdirection and the deception comes in at.
I'm not sure that's something Americans would be really excited about. And that is really an enormous number of condoms, when you think about it. But if it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, why are we doing that?
Why are we doing that? And see, that's a way to downplay it. And I'm pretty sure there's important reasons over a 50-year period that you're doing this. I mean, not a 50-year period because it's been there. It's been implemented since the 1950s. So over, a 70-year period, there's probably a reason. But, hey, if he says that it's useless, I can think of a lot of things that could be useless, like making bulletproof Tesla vehicles and wanting the government to pay for, to make these bulletproof these bulletproof Teslas. I think we can do without bulletproof Teslas, or your company can make them with your own fucking money since you're gonna, profit from it. So, I'm just saying.
Can you talk a little bit about how closely you're working with agency heads as you're directing these cuts? Do they have how much input do agency heads have when you're making these decisions?
Yeah, we work closely with the agency heads, yeah. So there are sort of checks in place. So it's not just us just going in and doing things willy nilly. It's in partnership with the agency heads, and I check frequently with the president to make sure that this is what the president wants to have happen.
You mean all the heads that y'all done rolled? Because a lot of people got fired, the people that were in control of a lot of these things.
So, we talk almost every day, and I double check things to make sure, is this something, Mr. President, you want us to do this? Then we'll do it.
USAID has.
So Trump can pretty much have a guy that's not an elected official, a bureaucrat, a billionaire, bring in some tech geeks, and do whatever Trump says do, without the vote of the people. You can think whatever they say is bad, they'll make a campaign on it and, drive it down, and it's bad by propaganda. That's just the truth, whether it's true or not.
Has been one of your main targets. Are you concerned at all that some of the cuts or that shutting that agency altogether may lead to diseases or other bigger problems starting in other countries that then come to the United States?
Yeah.
And here's somebody that's correcting him about the condoms that's being sent to, thank you, Cool Eagle. The condoms that's being sent over, and he's thinking that they're useless. Why are we funding $50 million for it? Which, like somebody said, I don't think it was $50 million. They exaggerated a number, and more like, it probably more like $8 million. But if y'all want me to, I can do the research on that. But I haven't heard that it was something different than $50 million. It could have been $50 million, regardless. If it's something that could have been just cut down, not eliminated completely, because obviously it was there for a reason. So I don't believe it should have been eliminated altogether. And as he's admitting now, it wasn't for Hamas, which is a terrorist group. It's for an ally. And it prevents diseases that might come over into America. Yeah, Bill Clinton, all kind of presidents have tried to do cuts. Every president has had their cuts of what they feel like, things have been fat on the American government. And then it all comes down to if they can have a bipartisan decision in the Congress about it. That's been the problem,
So that's an interesting example. So that's something where we work closely with the State Department and Secretary Rubio. And we have, for example, turned on funding for Ebola prevention and for HIV prevention.
Left that, you said?
Yes, correct. And we are moving fast, so we will make mistakes, but we'll also fix the mistakes very quickly.
Now, he's admitting that they're moving fast and that they've made mistakes, and they're making mistakes, and they're claiming that they're going to fix the mistakes. So he's admitting that they're lying, they're fucking up shit, and they don't really give a fuck. They just going to put what the fuck they feel like is right without any of your input. Pretty much. Salute to King Elon and Little Prince Elon. Y'all are looking at y'all, future king. Get used to him. He African. Hey, I don't know. It might not be so bad to have a king. Yeah, every administration don't go lock out the previous administration, the people who've been on both sides of the aisle for multiple years, and, you know, take whole control of all the government programs to a point of, you know, no, they can pretty much, they got all our data and they can pretty much do whatever they want to. They can make winners and losers at a snap of a finger. And we know where he wants it. We know who wants the most government contracts. He want the government to pay for all his robotics, to pay for all the fucking SpaceX program shit, to fly all the goddamn, you know, rockets, all that shit, to make all his cars, to invest in all of his car industry. So right now he's using the government as a bank. Our taxpayer money as a bank, and he's an unelected official. And that's nothing against him. It's just telling y'all what it is right now.
So,
do you see it as a worthy cause, USAID?
I think that there's some worthy things, but overall, if you say...
He think that there's some worthy things, but he took them all, not scanned through them, and kept the ones that are good, got rid of the bad ones. So they're asking him, do you think that everything is fucked up? There's some worthy things, but not all. And we never get the proof of the things that should be taken away. We just getting told this shit.
I think that there's some worthy things, but overall, if you say what was the bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what USAID was doing was influencing elections in ways that I think were dubious and do not stand the light of day.
What? He think there were things that were influencing elections, and they shouldn't stand the light of day. Do you mean like buying a tech company and, you know, being able to put whatever disinformation you want to try to get a person elected? You mean that type of interfering with an election? This is amazing.
I can just ask a follow-up to the Pentagon contracts. If you have received billions of dollars in contracts from the Pentagon, and the president's directing you to look into the Department of Defense, is that a conflict of interest?
And are going to do at the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, you know, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract.
What? So, y'all, we just looked at SpaceX is getting billions and billions of dollars in contracts from the government, from the Pentagon. He is investigating the Department of Defense. So will he investigate himself? And he says no. Because when they investigate, they're investigating SpaceX. They're not investigating me. What? You the one, but hold up.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Can somebody make this make sense? They would be investigating SpaceX, not him, not the founder. So he would be policing himself. He gonna investigate everybody but his damn self. That's crazy.
No, because you'd have to look at the individual contract and say, first of all, I'm not the one, you know, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract. And I'd like to say, if you see any contract where where it was awarded to SpaceX and it wasn't by far the best value for money for the taxpayer, let me know, because every one of them was.
The president said the other day that you might look at treasuries. Could you explain that a little bit? What kind of fraud, and that question goes to both of you, what kind of fraud are you expecting to see or do you see right now in U.S. treasuries?
Yeah, I think you mean the Treasury Department as opposed to Treasury bills, or...
You also referenced treasuries on Air Force One the other night.
Go ahead. Well, as I mentioned earlier, really, the first order of business is to make sure we're actually collecting... Sorry for this. I thought my son might enjoy this, but he's sticking his fingers in my ears and stuff. So it's a bit hard to hear sometimes. Hey.
We're not surprised of the distraction.
No, the stuff we're doing with Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So for example, like I mentioned, just making sure that...
What did the little boy just say? Hold up.
With Treasury Department is so basic that you can't believe it doesn't exist already. So for example, like I mentioned, just making sure that when a payment goes out, it has to have a payment categorization code. It's like, what type of payment is this? You can't just leave the field blank. Currently, many payments, the field is left blank. And you have to describe what's the payment for, some basic rationalization. That also is left blank. So this is why, the Pentagon, when's the last time the Pentagon passed an audit? I mean, a decade ago, maybe? Ever? Really? And we want to just, in order to actually pass audits, you have to have financial information that allows you to trace the payments. And once in a while, the Treasury has to pause payments if it thinks the payment is going to a fraudulent organization. Like, if a company or an organization is on a do not pay list, we should not pay it. I'm sure you would agree. It's like, if it's quite hard to get on that payment, the do not pay list, it means that this is someone that is just, it's like dead people, terrorists, known fraudsters, that kind of thing. We should not pay them. But currently we do, which is crazy. We should stop that.
Now that sounds good. It sounds good. I would like to see the proof of it, but that sounds good.
Many transactions. And by the way, hundreds, thousands of transactions like that. You know, we have a big team. And for the sake of the country, I hope that the person that's in charge and the other people that report to me that are in charge are allowed to do the right thing, namely make sure everything's honest, legitimate, and competent. But we're looking at just, when you look at USAID, that's one. We're going to look at the military. We're going to look at education. They're much bigger areas. But the USA...
And, that's, pretty much the idea behind, getting rid of the Department of Education, getting rid of all these things. And I'm hoping that there are replacements for them. But if they're just getting rid of them and claiming that they're just saving money to put more into Department of Defense, which is putting more into stuff like making bulletproof Teslas and, more rockets to put more satellites to spy on more Americans, or to, protect more territory, or to be trying to overtake more land, things of that nature. I mean, I don't see how that's helping out Americans. I mean, you could say as far as safety, but it starts to get to the point of we start to become trapped in.
AID is really corrupt. I'll tell you, it's corrupt. It's incompetent, and it's really corrupt. And I can't imagine a judge saying, well, it may be corrupt, but you don't have the right. You got elected to look over the country and to, as we say, make America great again, but you don't have the right to go and look and see whether or not things are right that they're paying, or that things are honest that they're paying. And nobody can even believe this. Other people, law professors, they've been saying, how can you take that person's right away? You're supposed to be running the country, but we're not allowed to look at who they're paying it to and what they're paying. We have massive amounts of fraud that we caught. I think we probably caught way over a lot of billions of dollars already in, 2 weeks?
Yes.
And it's going to go to numbers that you're not going to believe. And
yeah, we're already at the not going to believe a lot of stuff, so it wouldn't be far-fetched that a lot of things we're not going to believe, because even the man that's telling us he found them is telling us some of them we can't believe. I'm just saying, that's what he said.
Much, as I said, much is incompetence and much is dishonesty. We have to catch it. And the only way we're going to catch it is to look for it. And if a judge is going to say you're not allowed to look for it, that's pretty sad for our country. I don't understand how it could even work.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space?
Program, can you personally guarantee that
Which one?
The buyout program, the offer to federal workers, can you personally guarantee that the workers who opt in to resign now will be paid through September?
They'll get their money, but they're getting a good deal. They're getting a big buyout. And
that little boy pissing Trump off. He like, motherfucker, I can't hear what this lady saying. Get that little motherfucker out of here. But he can't do shit about it. He can't say nothing to the president. I mean, to the king.
And what we're trying to do is reduce government. We have too many people. We have office space. It's occupied by 4%. Nobody's showing up to work because they were told not to. And then Biden gave them a 5-year pass, some of them, 48,000 of them, gave them a 5-year pass, that for 5 years you don't have to show up to work. This is largely, much of this stuff is because of Biden. It's his fault. He allowed this country, what he did on our border. What he did on our border is almost not as bad as what he did with all of these contracts that have come out. It's a very sad day when we look at it. I can't even believe it. But many contracts just extend, and they just keep extending, and there was nobody there to correct it.
A lot of those contracts going to SpaceX that you're talking about. I'm just saying.
And that cannot be, I can't imagine that could be held up by the court. Any court that would say that the president or his representatives, like Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of State, whatever, doesn't have the right to go over their books and make sure everything's honest. I mean, how can you have a country? You can't have anything that way. You can't have a business that way. You can't have a country that way. Hey, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Head it out.
Well, he was quick to cut that bullshit off. He was like, hey, man, all right, I'm tired of this shit. Little nigga keep talking over me.
Coming back tonight. Mark Vogel will be at the White House tonight at about 10 o'clock. If you want to come over, you can say hello to him.
Did the U.S. give anything in return?
Not much. No, they were very nice. We were treated very nicely by Russia, actually. I hope that's the beginning of a relationship where we can end that war and millions of people can stop being killed. They've lost millions of people. They lost, in terms of soldiers, probably 1.5 million soldiers in a short period of time. We got to stop that war. And I'm interested primarily from the standpoint of death.
Well, I remember him saying he was going to get rid of the war day one, but hey, who's counting? You know, he was supposed to get grocery prices down day one, stop the war day one, all of that shit day one. But hey, we shouldn't hold these people's feet to the fire.
Death. We're losing all those soldiers. And they're not American soldiers, they're Ukrainian and Russian soldiers. But you're probably talking about 1.5 million. I think we got to bring that one to an end. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. And he's a great guy, high IQ. He's a high IQ individual.
And he's got this, check out this cool chain he's got.
So thank you very much.
He trying to have little Elon. He got his chain on wrong. I guess he was trying to, you know, impress the black people with his nice little chain on to show he got money. But he got the chain on his arm or some shit, or the chain stuck in his jacket. Hey, he brought little X a motherfucking chain to flex on us, y'all.
We had a busy day today. The king just left, and we've had a great discussion, terrific discussion concerning Gaza and everything else. We had discussions also about Saturday at 12 o'clock. It's going to be a big moment. We'll see what happens. I don't expect much happening with these people, but we'll see what happens. And we're going to be signing a very important deal today. It's Doge, and I'm going to ask Elon to tell you a little bit about it and some of the things that we found, which are shocking. Billions and billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think it's very important. And that's one of the reasons I got elected. I said, we're going to do that. Nobody had any idea it was that bad, that sick, and that corrupt. And it seems hard to believe that judges want to try and stop us from looking for corruption, especially when we found hundreds of millions of dollars worth, much more than that, in just a short period of time. And we want to weed out the corruption. And it seems hard to believe that a judge could say, we don't want you to do that. Well, so maybe we have to look at the judges, because that's very serious. I think it's a very serious violation. I'll ask Elon Musk to say a few words, and we'll take some questions. Elon, go ahead.
Sure. So at a high level, if you say, what is the goal of Doge, and I think a significant part of this the presidency is to restore democracy.
Now, y'all heard Lil X. Lil X just told Trump, "You're not the president." Now, where the fuck did he get some shit like that from? Listen to what the little nigga said.
The presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well,
got Trump fucked up. Damn, Trump. Now, where that little boy heard that shit at? He got his chain on wrong. He gonna look at this shit in 20 years like, yeah, nigga. Yeah, that was me. I heard my daddy say that shit.
So at a high level, if you say, what is the goal of Doge, and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we would have to, if you
they were like, yeah, nigga, you gotta shut the fuck up now. Trump about to pitch that little nigga. Yeah, you're not the president. My daddy is. Nigga, y'all gonna hear Lil X. Lil X wanted to make sure he was being heard.
So at a high level, if you say, what is the goal of Doge, and I think
he kept saying it. Oh, nigga, you don't hear me? He looking like, yeah, nigga, did you hear me? Oh, you ain't hear me? You gonna act like you don't hear me, nigga?
Significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy.
Trump trying to act like you don't hear. You hear that little nigga, Trump? You ain't motherfucking president, nigga. My daddy the president. That shit you talking about, all that trying to talk before my nigga, my daddy was supposed to talk before you. And he want Trump trying to act like he ain't hitting the little nigga. Little nigga like, what?
This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay.
Yeah, motherfucker, you heard me. Yeah, you ain't really the president. The daddy like, all right, man, stop with the shit. And Trump about to try to pitch that nigga.
We'd have to, if you...
Like, chill, bro, chill. Chill.
The presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, we'd have to, if you sorry. So, tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes. If
X like, man, what the fuck? Like, yeah. We run this shit.
If there's not a good feedback loop from the people to the government, and if you have rule of the bureaucrat, or if the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have?
Exactly. Now, while we was being distracted by Lil X, he just said if the government is being ruled by bureaucrats, what democracy do we really have? But right now, the government is being ruled by bureaucrats. Damn, I said that wrong. So what can possibly go wrong? I mean, I'm not fully on board with democracy, but hey, it's what we live in. So where do we go to now? But he's making a point. He's telling you what it is right now.
If the people cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens.
And you're not part of none of those, but you're deciding what happens when it comes to the departments that we have. You see the problem here?
Happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but
he had to walk that back real quick, because he's realizing that he's talking about his damn self. Listen to what he's saying. And then he realizes that he's talking about himself. So he don't want to demonize himself too damn much.
People cannot vote and have their will be decided by their elected representatives in the form of the president and the Senate and the House, then we don't live in a democracy. We live in a bureaucracy. So it's incredibly important that we close that feedback loop, we fix that feedback loop, and that the public's elected representatives, the president, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large unelected bureaucracy. This is not to say that there are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at if you asked the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well,
I don't think the founders would be approving of what's going on right now. Especially when you're not even from America. You didn't grow up under the law of the founding fathers. I'm not saying that they're right. You know, I'm just saying in general, if they're going to make that argument.
We have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative.
Exactly. He's talking about himself. A fourth branch of government that has more power than the elected representatives. He's talking about himself. There's buildings that the elected representatives can't go in right now because he has power over them. He's getting rid of programs that those elected representatives have voted into fund. Whether you like the U.S. aid or not, they voted bipartisan, which means both parties has agreed to it. Not that dumbass shit Kwame told y'all. That bipartisan mean for all races. Or by all races. Whatever that dumbass shit he said. It means by both parties. They've agreed to fund these government systems. Medicare, Social Security, U.S. aid, whatever. There's nothing wrong with picking them apart and taking out what's bad and leaving what's good. But they've been voted on by our elected representatives.
And this is not something that people want, and it's not. It does not match the will of the people. So it's just something we've got to fix. And then we've also got to address the deficit. So we've got a $2 trillion deficit And if we don't do something about this deficit, the country's going bankrupt. I mean, it's.
We been knew that. We been knew that before his last administration spent $8 trillion. So you're talking about $2 trillion. I don't know where the fuck you get that from. Because we more like in $30 trillion of debt. But I don't know. But maybe we can cut into some of this flying, going back and forth to Mar-a-Lago, golfing all the fucking time, costing the taxpayers $1 million a day. When this motherfucker decide he want to golf every day, and you have the Secret Service watch over him and fucking have to guard the whole coast of Florida like we got an invasion coming, and costing the taxpayers millions of dollars per day. Having all the Secret Service having to live at his motels, live in his hotels, going back and forth to New York, going back and forth to Florida for unnecessary reasons. That might save a little money.
It's really astounding that the interest payments alone on the national debt exceed the Defense Department budget, which is shocking because we spend a lot of money on defense. But and if that just keeps going, we're essentially going to bankrupt the country. So what I really want to say is, like, it's not optional for us to reduce the federal expenses. It's essential. It's essential for America to remain solvent as a country, and it's essential for America to have the resources necessary to provide things to its citizens and not simply be servicing vast amounts of debt.
And also, could you mention some of the things that your team has found, some of the crazy numbers, including the woman that walked away with about $30 million,
right,
etc.?
Well, we do find it sort of rather odd that there are quite a few people in the bureaucracy who have ostensibly a salary of a few $100,000, but somehow manage to accrue tens of millions of dollars in net worth.
Now that is something that should be looked into, and be clipped out these politicians enriching themselves, through these government ways or whatever. And I'm pretty sure that can be found on both sides.
While they are in that position, which is, what happened at USAID. We're just curious as to where it came from. Maybe they're very good at investing, in which case we should take their investment advice, perhaps. But there seems to be mysteriously they get wealthy. We don't know why. Where does it come from? And I think the reality is that they're getting wealthy at the taxpayer expense. That's the honest truth of it. So, we're looking at, if you look at, say, Treasury, for example, basic controls that should be in place, that are in place in any company, such as making sure that any given payment has a payment categorization code.
Now, we're getting back to the part where we already seen this thing is on loop for about 9 hours, but it was really only about, 5 minutes or whatever, but they looped it over and over and over. So we've already seen this part. I just wanted to, be able to see it in whole of what he was saying, as far as his role because I believe, they wanted to make sure that they were going over what Doge was going to include. But before we get out of here, man, we can go over a couple of the executive orders that have been put in place. I mean, that have been signed. Some of them are still being tied up in court. But let's take a look at them before we get up out of here. Salute dead blacks. So here's all the 65 executive orders. I believe there's more, but these are 65 executive orders that have been signed into law by President Elon and Vice President Trump. So I guess we ain't gonna click on every single one of them. We can come back and, do that or whatever, but we'll go over some of them. Okay, we got Executive Order, One Voice for America's Foreign Relations, implementing the President's Department of Governing Efficiency Workforce Optimization Initiative. That's Doge. So he signed this executive order to add another branch of government, pausing Foreign Corrupt Practices Act enforcement to further American economic and national security. So that's stopping that U.S. aid. And then procurement for forces of use of paper straws. So Trump signed into law that no longer give you paper straws to have to use. That's crazy. Eliminate the Federal Executive Institute. Wow. Protecting Second Amendment rights. Okay, I ain't got nothing wrong with that. Establishment of the White House Faith Office. What is that? Faith-based entities, community organization, the house of worship have tremendous ability to serve individuals. So communities through that means different forms of those government capable of it. So they're pretty much gonna put a damn a faith office in the White House. Addressing egregious act of Republican of South of Africa. Oh shit, what is this? Authority invested in me, President. Purpose. Shocking disregard of Citizens' Right Acts. The Republic of South Africa recently enacted Appropriations Act 13, 2024 Act to enact the government of South Africa to seize ethnic minority Afrikaners agricultural property without compensation. This act follows countless government policies designed to dismantle equal opportunity in employment, education, business, and hateful rhetoric and government action fueling disappropriate violence against racially disfavored landowners. In addition, South Africa has taken aggressive positions towards the United States and its allies, and including accusing Israel, not Hamas, of genocide in International Court of Justice. Oh, man. The U.S. cannot support the government of South Africa's commission to rights violation in the countries is undermining the United States foreign policy. So pretty much the white people that are going over there in South Africa and taking land, and those Africans start to kick their ass out. They're trying to do something about that, look like. Era dictating anti-Christian bias. What is that? Policy of the United States. The purpose of this order is to protect the religious freedoms of Americans, to end anti-Christian weaponization of government. The founders established a nation in which people are free to practice the faith without fear of discrimination or retaliation by their government. Keeping men out of women's sports. I'm cool with that. Amend the duties addressing synthetic opioid supply chain and peoples of China. So that's trying to block China from bringing fentanyl over here. Withdrawing the United States from the ending funding in certain U.S. nations. Organization reviewing the United States support all international organizations. We're taking money from overseas. Progress on the situation of our southern border. Progress in the situation to our northern border. A plan for establishing the United States Sovereign Wealth Fund. Maximize the stewardship of our national wealth for the sole benefit of American citizens to end the interests of American people. That federal government established the Sovereign Wealth Fund to promote. Okay, that ain't, no telling if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Hey, we just got to wait on it. Unleashing prosperity through deregulation. Expanding educational freedom opportunities for family. Let's see what that's all about. Parents want and deserve the best education for their children, but too many children do not thrive in their assigned government-run 12 through K school. Or according to the year's National Assessment of Educational Progress, 70% of 8th graders were below proficient in reading, and 72 were below proficient in math. Moreover, geographically based schools assignments elaborate the cost of housing in districts preferred schools, straining the finances of millions of American families sacrificed for their children's future. When our public education system fails such a large member of society, hinders the national comprehensiveness and devastates the family and communities. For this reason, more than a dozen states have enacted universal K-12 programs, allowing families rather than the government to choose the best educational setting for their children. The states have highlighted the most promising avenue for education reform, educational choice for families, and competition for residentially assigned government-run public schools. The growing body of research demonstrates that the well-designed education freedom programs improve students' achievement and cause nearby public schools to improve their performance. It is the policy of administration to support parents to choose the directing the upbringing and education of children, guidance supporting. So I believe, hold up. Guidance and supporting state-based K-12 educational choice. Within 60 days of the date of this order, Secretary of Education shall issue guidance regarding to states can use federal formula funds to support K-12 educational choice incentives. So I think they're more encouraging private schools, and they can use the funds to probably for private schools. They kind of got a program like that down here in Florida, where you can get, state funds to send your child to a private school. Celebrating America's 250th birthday. Additional measures to combat anti-Semitism. Protecting children for chemical and surgical I can't say that word. Protecting children from getting their dick cut off. Let's put it like that. Iron Dome for America. Let's see what that's all about. The threat of attack from ballistic, hypersonic, or cruise missile or other advanced aerial attacks remains the most catastrophic threat amongst the United States. President Ronald Reagan endured to build an effective defense against nuclear attacks. While this program resulted in many technical advances, it was canceled before the goal could be realized. And since the United States drew from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty in 2002, it initiated development of a limited homeland missile defense. Official United States homeland missile defense policies remain only to stay ahead of the rogue nation threats and accidental or authorized missile launches. United States will deter, defend citizen recruitment, blah, blah, blah. So they're just saying that, hey, I guess we're going to build some type of, if somebody shoot a missile at us, we already got some kind of shit like a dead hand that probably, like Russia has, that will, automatically shoot missiles back at them. Restoring America's fighting force. Reinstating service members discharged under military's COVID-19 vaccine mandate. That ain't a bad thing. Prioritizing military excellence and readiness. Enforcing Hyde Amendment. What is the Hyde Amendment? For nearly 5 decades, Congress has annually enacted a Hyde Amendment, similar laws that prevent federal funding of elective abortion, reflecting long-standing consensus, and American taxpayers should not be forced to pay for practice. Having government-funded abortions. Government-funded abortions. Emergency measures to provide water researchers to California, improve disaster response to certain areas. Council to assess the Federal Emergency Management Agency, removing barriers to American leadership, agriculture, intelligence. Strengthening American leadership, digital, financial technology. President's Council of Advisors of Science and Technology, declassification of concerning assassination, President John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Robert F. K., designations of Asylum as a foreign terrorist organization, revocation of certain executive orders. Sorry, y'all. Restoring names that honor American greatness. restoring accountability to policy influencing positions within the federal workforce, restoring accountability to policy influencing positions within the federal workforce, reforming the federal hiring process and restoring merit to government service, reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid, defending women from gender ideology, extremism, and restoring biological truth to federal government. I'm agreeing with that. Clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integration of the United States. Application of Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversaries Control Applications Act to TikTok. Securing our borders, restoring the death penalty, and protecting public safety. I don't agree with that. With the death penalty being, something that's, realigning the United States refugee admissions program. Putting America first in international environmental agreements. Protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and national security, public safety threats. Protecting the meaning of value of American citizenship. I said citizenship. That's what it is. Protecting the meaning and value of American citizenship. Protecting the American people against invasion. Establishing, implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE again. Designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations and specifically designated global terrorists. Declaring national energy emergency. Withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization. Unleashing American energy. And that's against drill, baby, drill. Unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. Holding former government officials accountable for election interference and improper disclosure of sensitive government information. Now that's something that a lot of, government officials might want to pack their bags for. But I'm pretty sure he don't want to be tapped into under that same president. Ending racial and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. We should see who all been fired under the DEI programs. American First Policy Directive and State Secretary of State. Restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. That could be a good thing. Hopefully YouTube ain't still censoring people. Initial recessions of harmful executive orders and action. And they got all the ones that he are bringing back, I guess, from his old shit. Ending the weaponization of federal government. So some of these do look good on the surface. It just depends on who's implicating these things and how they're pushing them and who's considered the truth tellers and who's considered the liars. That's kind of what this is going to come down to. But I think we did a good job of pretty much, it would be legal to call you a nigga. But, that's all I want to go over, man. I just want to go over what's, being done in our government. I ain't here to bash Elon, Trump, tell you that somebody else could have did a better job or any of that bullshit. I'm just, going over what's really going on in our government. Whether you agree or not, it's nothing wrong with being informed. Like I've invited anybody to come up here and, debate anything that I'm saying. In case anybody want to say, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm learning right along with y'all. There's nothing wrong with looking at the information and seeing if you agree or not. If you don't, you don't. If you do, you do. The election is over. Like I say, I predict that Elon will never be able to be removed from the power that he has now gained from being into the database, being into the financial treasury department, having the power of pretty much of SpaceX and all the branches that come from SpaceX. And, the power of the money. And he's not only making moves in America, he's making moves in the political field of Germany and other countries also. So I mean, it's not like it's just America first. He definitely has other agendas in other countries. What people would probably label him a globalist, because when people do what Elon does, is definitely labeled as a globalist. But that's only if you put in names and all that stuff, titles on people. So I hope everybody got a good understanding about a little something about government, man. I did. I learned some things. I learned about that, about the woman that's actually running SpaceX. She's the brain behind it. We learned about her. I think that was very educational. Hearing Lil X, tell Trump that he's not really the president, and making sure that he heard what he had to say. It's like, I don't know if Elon set that up, because other than that, I don't see why he would have his son in there anyway. Everybody know a 4-year-old is gonna be a distraction, but I mean, hey, this is America. I mean, shit. I don't know what more to say. I ain't coming here to talk a whole bunch of shit about Trump or whatever. Hey, Trump ain't about to be sending the hitman after my ass. I ain't got no problem with you, Trump. I hope you do what you claim you're gonna do. We still ain't seen no taxes on the overtime yet, or anything that's gonna put money into our personal pockets as the voters. But hey, it is what it is. Like JFK photo op. Yeah, JFK did have a photo op with his son in the White House. But it wasn't a bureaucrat, an unelected official with his child in there, because hell, we never really seen an unelected official in the White House talking to us about, things that we elect officials to talk about. So I mean, I'm just saying. But shout out to the people who came in and listened. Shout out to the donations. Salute to Unity. Salute to anybody else who, well, I think Unity was the only one who donated, but it might be some cash apps. But hell, if you hit the like button, shout out to you. Appreciate everybody, every single person. We got 36 people in the area right now. Y'all make sure those likes are up. If y'all like this breakdown, I like to do breakdowns like this, because we all learn in these places of just pulling up information and just going over it. And like I say, if I got something wrong, just let me know. Let me know what it is that you think is right, and we can all look at it. But I'm going to get out of here. I'm about to go ahead and lay it down, because I got to get up at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, drive back to Georgia. So I hope y'all had enough of my presentations for this weekend of bringing y'all some YouTube news. We did a little bit of drama. If you missed the live from earlier, there was a little bit of drama on there. We were just having a little fun in the middle of the night. I still haven't went over the big meat stuff. I still feel like it's something else might come out. But if it doesn't, I think I'll do a review of the big meat stuff on either Monday or Tuesday. I think I can do that from my regular laptop. So we'll go over some of that sometime this week. So for the people who's been waiting for me to go over that, don't worry about it. I haven't forgot about y'all. But let's roll out with a couple of funny videos and a couple of, music videos. Y'all hit the like button, do a little mixing and mingling. I appreciate everybody. And I'm going to get out of here, man. Salute Earz to the streets. I'm out y'all area. Shout out to King G. Y'all make sure y'all go sub up to King G.
Nah, I got this. I can't tell you how to do it, but I can show you. Show you how to do it. The dopest, the coldest. I know that you notice. Detached from discretion, count up with a passion. Cashing and dashing, stacking and stashing. Pretty much do what I want without asking. Disable my feelings, I'm searching for healing. Pray to the ceiling, just send me a sign. Cover me, save me from wasting my time. They waiting on me, got on waiting in line. I know what I'm doing, just sit back and watch. They hate me so much, really break off, they skip ahead. I did what I had to do, I don't regret it. They want the recipe, they can get next to me. Done with the past, I want what's ahead of me. Grinding excessively, stepping my legacy. Deliver these verses, I'm living my purpose. Master my talents, I feel like it's worth it. The dopest, the coldest, I know that you notice. Master my talents, I feel like it's worth it. The dopest, the coldest, I know that you notice.
Pain been hitting different, young niggas still spinning. It's a cold world, but it's gon' spin if we still in it. I've been taking chances on the road, I'm gon' still get it. If you get it out of mud, it's gon' feel different. I can never fall, and that's on my soul. I remain solid on my grind, 10 toes. I'm gon' get it by any means, know I'm built different. Cold world, but it's gon' spin if we still in it. Never fold, I'm staying silent, use my mind as a weapon in these streets. Gotta keep it on you, cause these niggas be stepping bullets sprayed. They catching strays like it's interceptions. I was working just like a slave, trying to get to my blessings. I got some niggas in that bar that never coming home. My other partner always calling me with something wrong. He doing time behind that wall. I don't know what to tell him. He be telling me about his problems and the way I can help him. I'm feeling bad. Only way this shit gon' change is if a nigga get a bag. You gotta take a risk to get some shit you never had. Stop living in the past. Know these hating niggas mad. If they see me counting cash, watch a nigga doing that different. Young niggas still spinning. It's a cold world, but it's gon' spin if we still in it. I've been taking chances on the road, I'm gon' still get it. Cause when you get it out of mud, it's gon' feel different. I can never fall, and that's on my soul. I remain solid on my grind, 10 toes. I'm gon' get it by any means, know I'm built different. Cold world, but it's gon' spin if we still in it.
Had to stand up on my business, they been sleeping too much. Said it fair time, so I ain't been speaking too much. Little bit going through my phone, seeing shit she ain't got her. Probably heard her to a core, know that I can do better. Shit, baby, if I knew better, I'd probably do better. World cold, fuck too, shit, I'ma need a few sweaters. I don't know what show I want, that dark hole, that red bitch. Threw a pill back, I'm gonna be turned with a meds kit. All these drugs on me, crack molly, what you want from me? Cash only, fuck that cash app, it ain't no front for me. Credit, just forget I need that check in my possession. Don't worry about this pistol that you see, that's my protection. Niggas cocky, you should have a lot of muscle, all that flex. About you get put in front of the folks, you ever text. Man, I'm a donkey with this shit. I ain't never been no pussy cat, you muffins on the stick. Be your banana in your muffin back. Bitch, you ain't shit, now why you cuffin' that? So around the money, that's where the fuck we at. Niggas pay their screws loose, I keep a tool to screw they shit back. Robbing all that dope, I pray the Lord, he let me get back.
Pain been hitting different, young niggas still spinning. It's a cold world, but it's gon' spin if we still in it. I've been taking chances on the road, I'm gon' still get it. Cause when you get it out of mud, it's gon' feel different. I can never fall, and that's on my soul. I remain solid on my grind, 10 toes. I'm gon' get it by any means, know I'm built different. Cold world, but it's gon' spin if we still in it.
Hey, special request, man. Turn up. Oh, Gucci K.
This is what happens. This is what happens. When you combine fire, with a mic, lyrical Mike Myers with a knife. I'ma keep continuing to kill you niggas. It's gonna get brutal when you know it's gonna get crucial. I'm banging pain like a nigga swerving and hit a nigga on the curb in a suburban. Lyric, put your head down in your neck, put a shell in your back, now you look like a Ninja Turtle. I don't really understand why this nigga right here don't have a record deal. Blood, sweat, and tears. This nigga right here been killing these niggas for years. Rolling like a boat, slow motion flow, flowing through the East Coast. This nigga here is hooded in a coat, and he rising to the occasion like smoke.
My nigga like fantastic, oh Mr. Fantastic. I'm sorry, it's about to get drastic. Somebody call the funeral home and tell them to bang a lot of caskets. I know it really sound like Twister is on this motherfucker, but nigga, this Crucial K, and I'ma give it to you niggas any day, anyway you wanna get it, I'ma give it to you, cause I'ma keep killing you niggas. It's about to get kosher, give a nigga the pickle, give a nigga the deal. It's about to get real, on the real, I just pop me your pill. I'ma give it to him, give it to her, and give it to them. Growing up, I was listening to Bone and Twister. I can give a nigga the business from a distance. The way a nigga spitting this, you can sit back and reminisce. And never tires, I be spitting that fire. On your way up higher, nigga, I'm caught fire. Y'all niggas the buyers, nigga, I'm the supplier. These niggas losing weight, stay on diet. Nigga kill me, it's gonna be some riots. But you can't kill me, I'm the Black Michael Myers. I'm about to get Roddy or didn't Roddy Piper.
Y'all really want this war.
I be really feeling ignored by these other rappers. That's why I'm coming in by the snatcher. I'ma like this up like a box of matches. They really be living the way I keep on it like a mattress. Still addict, I'm illmatic, defy gravity. I can high five with God, I'm blessed, ain't it? I'ma keep raining down on y'all niggas. I'm just brainstorming, nigga. This is a warning. This is a warning. This is a warning. This is a warning.
You can get into IT, you can get into the STEM world.
Preparing tech professionals since 1966. ECPI University.
But I walked into ECPI. I just felt nigga Glenn kind of fine, man. Ain't nobody fucking with y'all right now. Man, we sucking free.
Y'all niggas know how I rock. 5'9", got a mouth full of goals, got a walkie, yeah, crib bite. Y'all niggas know how I rock.
Fat sex, loud packs, I need you love that. I'm in the hood, what a thug.
Y'all niggas know how I rock.
Y'all niggas know how I rock. 5'9", got a mouth full of goals, got a walkie, yeah, crib bite. Y'all niggas know how I rock. Fat sex, loud packs, y'all niggas know how I rock. I'm in the hood, loud packs, y'all niggas know how I rock. Y'all niggas know how I rock. I'm in the hood, y'all niggas know how I rock.
5'9", got a mouth full of goals, got a walkie, yeah, crib bite. Y'all niggas know how I rock.
You love that. I'm in the hood, what a thug.
Y'all niggas know how I rock. Certified nigga. Issue for your issue. Blick a bishop, a blip with the sound of a pistol.
Certified nigga. Issue for your issue. Blick a bishop,
Issue for your issue. Blick a bishop, a blip with the sound of a pistol. Whopper chopper, don't stop on that chopper, gun dismissal. I'm a dog, so you know I'm eating to the gristle. Glen County youngin', and you know how I'm coming. I be the freshest when I'm stepping, so you know I'm never bumming. I'm a dog, so you know I'm a clown. If you can't stand me, bitch, sit the fuck down. I got the streets on lock, so you know I ain't playing. RICO, that's what they saying. Every track I get on, you know I'ma say it. I'm a gold mouth dog, and I ain't never say know how I rock. 5'9", got a mouth full of goals, got a walkie, yeah, crib bite. Y'all niggas know how I rock.
Fat sex, loud packs, I need you love that. I'm in the hood, what a thug.
Y'all niggas know how I rock. 5'9", got a mouth full of goals, got a walkie, yeah, crib bite. Y'all niggas know how I rock.
Fat sex, loud packs, I need you love that. I'm in the hood, what a thug.
Y'all niggas know how I rock.
10 toes down, still claiming thug life, a bonafide hustle. Yeah, you goddamn right. I'm on the grind right now, getting it in like a soundbite. Craig being broke, bitch, that don't even sound right. When it comes to catching plays, I'm a highlight. These niggas can't see me, swag so satellite. Call me Mr. Show Love, I got the stupid jug. Curbside service, deliver pies like a piece of hood. Now you know how we're rocking on the grind, now it's stopping out. It ain't a much of bad, just my fucking trunk knocking. Playing with my money, and you can feel the flame on the chopper.
Y'all niggas know how I rock.